Yeah, wise decision, my friend, to buy this game. Stationeers, now you don't have to buy another one for the next few months. But how to get into it, right? The beginning is very hard, it isn't quite forgiving, and it throws a lot of things at you that you have to understand first before you can deal with it, and I'd love to help you with that. So here is a little instruction video for total beginners. But before I start with that, I just want to show you around a bit in a station that is already built. It doesn't necessarily look like this all the time. It can look differently, and here you can see, yeah, it's still early access, so some things don't render nice if you're too far away. I mean, usually you're not far away. Usually you're close up and doing stuff. And as you see here, I've spammed wind turbines, way too many. I mean, a proper stationeer would rather have used solar panels. Here we can see a stack of batteries, transformers, which are important, yes, for your cable network. Wait, let me increase my field of view. This is the way I play. Here we have a solid fuel generator. We have an arc furnace which melts ore into ingots. Here we have our landing pad for the traders which come down from the sky, which sell you stuff. Here we have a radio dish to contact them. Some large batteries. Some tank. Some filtration unit, and see, these are not devices like in Satisfactory, for example, that you plop down and then they do the thing. I mean, yes, kind of, but you have it's more detailed here. For example, this filtration unit, you stick the filters in that you want. And you need an input pipe and an output pipe and the different kinds of pipes. And this thing here on screen right now, this makes sure that if there's any liquid in these gas pipes, it will come out here instead of damaging the pipes. And this is an insulated pipe which goes in there, and these are radiators which increase the thermal energy exchange between the pipe and the surrounding hot atmosphere. And here we have a little room where these are heat exchangers. What do? They exchange heat between two pipe networks. One pipe network is hot, the other is cold, or vice versa, and I want to cool one, or want to heat the other, or whatever. This thing, I believe it turns fuel, which burns normally, it turns that into water. And this is the tank, and then it gets cooled down and it lands here in my liquid tank, and so forth and so on. I mean, all that sounds like total overkill to you, I guess, but well, you don't have to go there. You can play for hundreds of hours without going this deeply into the game. There's so much entertainment here, I promise you. If you really get over that initial hump, you will spend so much time in here. And you will not feel a minute wasted. It's just all fun. Well, except the mining. Personally, I don't like that too much. That is why so many people are using mods for mining to give you more materials per action, basically, you know. Yeah, this what am I doing here? Over there we see my greenhouse. There's normal atmosphere in there that I can breathe. And there's also CO2 in there, which the plants convert to O2, to oxygen that I can breathe. And here I have a pump, a vent, an active vent, which pumps from that room gas into this pipe, which goes into this device, which is a filtration unit with O2 filters. And what comes out here is the O2, and what comes out to the side is whatever is not O2 and goes back into that room. And the O2 then goes into my O2 storage here, and and out there, this red thing, that's the other component of my fuel, volatiles is the name, and that comes in here and is mixed together. I know it looks very chaotic. It doesn't have to look this way, I promise you. Maybe I should show you a polished station after this one, and then we should go into actually doing our own stuff, right? You want to learn how to do this thing. Let me first go into the actual station. The first building basically that I made here is to survive, because it is ultimately a survival game. You're surviving as an astronaut in space, under very bad circumstances, depending. I mean, Here this planet is orbiting a black hole. Everything is lava down there, it's super hot, and I mean, you can see here 126 degrees Celsius around me, and it's night right now. It's during the night. During the day it gets like 600 degrees or something. This is an airlock. The airlock is not a component that you plop down. It consists of a door and another door, and this is not a crafting recipe, you know. This is I just made a room that is a box which is evacuated, so there's a vacuum in here, and then I can open this door because then the station atmosphere can go into this room and then can go in here. Now we'll open, oops, that was the wrong key. Now we'll open my helmet. Oh, this is my tablet. I can analyze the plants, for example. The tablet has multiple purposes. Here we have some plants. We can see some statistics about them, which is sometimes important when you're wondering why they're not growing properly. Here I have my cooling units, and that's the greenhouse over there. Cool stuff, no? Okay, let me show you a nicely polished station after this one. One moment. Here's a moon station that I made. Not that thing, that's the sun. That's the Earth, fully lit, because there's the sun right now, so when the sun is on the other side of the moon you can still see how late it is, so to speak, by looking at the Earth. And there's my little station. Has some solar panels on the roof. Here's my airlock, which is currently not functional. This is a tutorial station that I made to explain some stuff. You have a manufactory which can... It's a 3D printer, and there's another type of 3D printer and another. This is what the ingots look like once you have smelted the iron that you can dig from the planet, or gold. And this is a battery. There are different types of batteries, but they're all compatible. You can stick them into your spacesuit. This is an ice crusher, which can turn ice that I've mined on the planet into, yeah, whatever that consists of, because, well, things are complicated, you know. You think, okay, you can crush ice and then get water. No, it depends on what the ice consists of. That's what you get then. Now, of course, this will be seeming very overwhelming at the beginning, but I promise you, it is the learning and building experience of a lifetime. You don't have that in any other game. And in no other game you have this, a detailed simulation of reality with temperature, with pressure, with different gases, with electricity, with pipes, with pumps, with... You can come up with your own solutions. You don't have to use the solutions that other people use. You might think, well, if a pipe exchanges its energy, its thermal energy with the surrounding atmosphere, then I can just pump the station's air into that pipe on the outside where it's cold, and then the pipe will cool down, and so will the atmosphere. Yes, and then I pump it back in. Yes, and that's exactly how it works. That is how it works. Good. Well thought. That's the right thinking. That's the right kind of thinking. Now another station. Yeah, you have seen Vulcan, which is very hot. And right now we're on Europa, which is one of the moons of Jupiter. Very, very cold. How cold, you say? Minus 150 degrees. Very cold. It even kills your batteries. I mean, it doesn't destroy them, but it discharges them. So you, like, want to keep them inside. Yeah, that's a battery charger right here. And this rack I just put up to store some stuff. Manufactories, nicely polished station, and here I created some cooling for my room, and here I created some heating. The heating is actually very cool. Let me show you what that looks like. Can I show this here right now? Yeah. I just made a room that is just permanently on fire whenever I need heat. This heats up some pipes here, which are filled with a high pressure oxygen mixture. And then that goes through the entire station, and then in different places in the station I have this thing here which opens up programmatically. There's a program that will do that. Now you can see that the temperature here is rising because I turned this on for a moment. Now it should be slowing down, yeah. Now let's accelerate that again, turn it on again. Yep. And here we have an oxygen refilling station. Fully programmed with a chip, which has software on it. Maybe I can show you that at a glance. I will not explain it now. We want to get to the actual tutorial stuffs, right? Well, let's just take that chip from here and put it in my laptop and get the code that is on that chip, and then we can take a short look at the source code. Yeah, just a short look, you know. This is an assembly language, and you can say, here's my main loop, and I want to do some stuff, and then jump back to the beginning and whatever, and measure some pressure and turn on some pump, whatever fits whatever you want. For example, if I leave the station, the outer door will probably be open, you know, the airlock door. Well, we can use that as an indicator to turn on, for example, or you can turn off the light, for example. I think that's even implemented here, I'm not sure. It's pumping the room air out of the airlock, and then now the outer door opened, and now this thing turned on, which is the beacon, which allows me to find back to the station. Cool stuff. Here you have some flashing lights.
For the new age.
Here we have a furnace which gets very hot, and here we have an automatic door which will open when this room has too much pressure or gets too hot, but I had to program that myself. Whatever you want to do here, I mean, I'm very much on the programming side, and that's really helpful in this game. So if you want to go there, if you never did programming, then this is the game for you to get into it, because it's very easy to do in this game, and you also have total benefit from that, really. It really helps. But you don't have to, you know, you can also use the logic chips, which have comparison stuff, which make that simpler, but then you will have lots more things to construct. Oh no, I don't want to go in there. Whatever. That's Jupiter and one of its moons. See, in there it looked kind of nice, I guess, you know, but here it's still very rough. This is still in the process of being built, but it's already functional. A large room, took quite a while to build. Nice temperature in here. I mean, out there it's minus 150 degrees, but in here it's warm. Some more batteries. Another furnace to melt stuff. Yeah. Okay. Now that we have seen all of this, let's actually go into doing something on the moon, I would say. Okay, here we go. Start a new world. Could also play the tutorials, which is actually possible. Currently a bit tricksy, but let's just keep it simple, okay? You got the game? New game, Moon, or Mars, but I want to go with Moon now. And I will not explain all this stuff around. I mean, it's new to you, so you're not that receptive for all the details. I'm trying to consider that this time. Here we have the difficulty. This one's special. That's not a normal playthrough difficulty, but these are normal. And I'm using the easiest one. Let's go. Now we're on the moon. Oh. I have played this game for over 1,000 hours in-game, for real, and I've never had this. Well, every game style is slightly different. This one's a lot different.
Welcome to Exosphere, the dark side of Synthera.
See, normally this thing stands on the ground here somewhere. I want to... I mean, okay, this is fine. But, I want to do a standard thing. never seen this. This is hilarious. There we go. So we landed on the moon, and we're in our little astronaut suit. That's why we're not dying, because everybody knows there's no atmosphere on the moon. Only the slightest, faintest hint of it, I would assume, since it has some gravity. Okay, this is our lander, and you can see the boxes up here, which have stuff in them. Accidentally I already picked the right one, but I will show you all of them for a moment. I will not explain all that stuff. So these are things that I brought with me. Many of these are not really necessary, they're just a nice gimmick that you could also make later. Some of that is completely irreplaceable stuff. There's one of those batteries. And these are some building supplies. So we want to not die, which is one of the main problems that a beginner would have. So let's build a station. If you want to build a station, you need to first have some frames down, which are the foundation. This kind of defines like the metal frame on which you can do stuff. So I just click that with the left mouse button with my crosshair here at the screen center. Oh, and I can press L to turn on and off my light, and I will tell you later why you should turn that off if possible. Okay, I press the right mouse button with that stuff in hand, and then we get this, the blueprint, or I prefer to call it the build ghost. Then we press the left mouse button, and then that's placed. This is the thing on which we can build stuff. So let's lay a foundation, and then put some stuff down. That's all for now. So let's put that back where it came from. And you will notice that if I walk here, then pop, I fall down. So let's prevent that. Also, if I would build some walls on this thing so that I have a room in which I can breathe, then guess where the air would escape? Down here, it's open, so let's close that up. For that we need sheets. Iron sheets, yeah, iron sheets. We can also use, we can also see here we have plastic sheets and we have glass sheets. But no, we need iron sheets for the iron frames to close them up. Now you see I have a mouse cursor here. How did that happen? You will use that a lot because this is how you can interact with your inventory. There are also other ways, but this is the way that I prefer. And I don't want to make it complicated. Everybody understands a mouse cursor. How do I get this mouse cursor? I press the Alt key, left of the space bar. Also right from the space bar? No, left from the space bar. Escape, settings, controls. Here you can see all that stuff. And here you can also define which key does what. Okay, but how do I apply this then? Right mouse button. No, nothing's happening. Yeah, what you need here is a tool. You will use a lot of a lot of tools in this game. I mean, a lot of tools. That's not true. It's multiple tools, but you will use them a lot. So let's use the mouse pointer, and look here. We have the tool belt. I will click, that opens, and what we have here is just an inventory palette, or inventory frame, inventory window. And I can put that back to its default location. And now I will drag the welding torch over here into my other hand. And then I will have in one hand the iron sheets, in the other hand I will have the welding torch, and then I can weld these here. How would I know such a thing? Let's use a different tool. Let's use, for example, it doesn't matter which way I swap. Let's use the screwdriver. I just swapped my hand. You can see here down at the screen where the mouse cursor is right now. You can see that there's the key E is being announced there. So you can swap. You can also see that in the settings, like I showed you. While we're at it, there's also Q with which you can throw. Or T with which you can place carefully, but you don't have to remember that, all of that. Let's go back up here and use the other hand now as the active hand, where I have my screwdriver and I point at the thing, and now the tooltip will tell me this, what you're looking at is the iron frame, and if you want to continue the construction you need to use the welding torch and one iron sheet. But you can also deconstruct it by using the angle grinder, and you have all that stuff here right from the start. You have all your tools. I mean, there are more tools in the game, a few more, but these are your main tools for construction. I know I'm going very slowly, and you might be asking, but why would I do all these things? That's why I showed you these other stations at the beginning, to give you a whiff of what is possible in here. So yeah, and now I'm trying to keep it simple for total beginners. So let's use the welding torch then. Iron sheets still doesn't do anything. Welding torch, okay, now we get welding torch is not currently operable for this task. What does that mean? The welding torch is a device like your light that you can turn on and off, and whatever you're holding in your hand, if it's turned on and offable, you can press the right mouse button. That does that then. And if you look here down you can see the temperature is now much higher. 900 degrees. I'm surrounded by very hot gas that's coming out of this thing. But okay, let's turn it on. And now it says construct. Ah, now we can walk on this thing, but it's obviously not yet airtight, so let's just do that again. It's always a two-stage process, and you don't have to do both stages. It depends on what you want to do. What we want to do now is we want to build a box in which we could potentially breathe. We need to survive, right? Maybe you're noticing that the sound changes. That's because I'm surrounded by gas. This is a vacuum, but when I turn this thing on and weld, there will be gas, and so, yeah, the sound waves are transmitted to me. Yep, that's all simulated in here. And there you can see the expression of some atmosphere moving. That's not realistic, but very useful. I mean, you somehow need to feel what's happening around you. After all you really have is audio and video, right? Okay, now we need some walls. Let's put this back and get some walls. How do we have walls here? Yes, we do. The iron walls, let's use them. I will just swap them with the iron sheets. And then I press the right mouse button. Aha, these can be built again with the right mouse button. Can I place them here? Actually, yes, okay, I can just place them in any location. Interesting. How do I place that then here? You can see here in the tooltip, there's a hold R. I don't know if that's the default key. I've been playing for so long, I don't know what the defaults are. Just press that key that's advertised there, and then what happens is it will rotate that. And now it's up there. Well, yeah, it will suggest all rotations that could potentially make sense. But if you want to be a bit more in control of that, you can also use other keys, the ones above the arrow keys. Insert, delete, home, end, page up, page down can also be used. But let's keep it simple. So now I click the mouse button, and then we have this wall here, which is still open. Interesting. How do we close that? We can point at it with some tool, and then it will tell us one iron sheet required to continue construction. Aha, okay. So that's the trick that you can use all the time. point at something with a tool. We can also place something else, but iron windows. This will be a window. If you see here, there's 5 of 5, and maybe you can see that if you're watching this in 4K resolution, like you should. There's a mouse icon and the mouse wheel, so I can use different walls here. Iron wall type 4, type 3, type 2, type 1. Seems complicated. I will just place some of these so that we get some variety, but then I will return to the iron window so that we can, because that's simplest. And what just happened here is the sun is gone. It's not necessarily night. I actually didn't follow the time of day. It is probably the Earth being in front of the sun. So the sun should be back very soon. Ah, there it is. Well, maybe Earth is somewhere there, but I can't see it. You will notice that we are flying right now because we actually start the game with a jetpack, which you can use at any time. And that's the character, the key J. I've changed that for me because it's much more useful in my opinion. I have it on the shift key, because since you can't really run in this game. There you can see Earth. It was indeed before the sun, just now. There, that's Earth. Since you can't actually run here, you're not going to miss the shift key for that, but then why not use that for jetpack? That makes sense, right? Okay, so this could then become the walls. What about the roof? Should I have a roof? Yes, I should have a roof, indeed. So let's hit some keys and hope that we get some kind of meaningful rotation. You will notice that we have this box like this right now. I could also do this. Seems like it's the same thing, right? Yes, it is. Don't worry about that. Though I prefer to do it like this, because then if you place cables up there, the cables will not be covered by the wall. I know, it's getting complicated, so let's keep it simple. Walls. Yeah, I can place that down there too, yes. So if there are cables down there and I place a wall above that, I will not see the cables, and that's the kind of decoration that you saw in the short excerpt. And down in front of here we will also want a wall, of course. Damn, which key do I have to press now? But we need some kind of door somewhere. So let's make this in the middle of the door. It's probably not the best idea, but let's just do it, see what happens. So there will be a door here. I will place a door down. Let's get a door. Is that the door? Yes, it is. Okay. Again, it's a kit, so we probably have different variations, and yes, we do. Which one should we choose? It's complicated. So let's not actually say anything about that, but I will just place down the manual hatch. Why 2? Because, dude, we're on the moon. If you want to breathe in here, you can't just open the door in between. Everything will escape. You need an airlock that locks in the air. So we would have a room here. So we open the inner door, we go here, we close the inner door, then we evacuate what we have here back into the station. Then we have a vacuum here. And then we can open the outer door and then we can leave. That's what we have to do. If we don't do that, we will lose all that atmosphere. So I'm trying to be a bit more efficient now. I will open my other inventory panel so you can take a look at that. Let's open the helmet, have some fun.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
Not good.
Temperature critical.
Don't do that. So, place down or throw down, whatever you want. I should explain these also at some point, but let's focus on the station building now. See, I can just drag things with the mouse. I can even do that here in the 3D space. Am I not missing something? No, I think not. Walls. Let's put... Oh, yes, the walls, of course. So the airlock needs a wall on the side too. It's kind of arbitrary where you place that. I tend to place the wall inside the airlock because the airlock is kind of wasted space of your station. So then I have more room in here. But these walls are all open. What's with that? Well, let's look at the tool then. What do we need to do? Screwdriver. Here we need the iron sheet, and here we also need an iron sheet. So let's use an iron sheet then. We don't need the tool here. It's just I just use that to get the tooltip. Aha, a closed wall, and here we have a window. It's still open. Windows consist of glass. So what we need now is glass. You can see that here. Point with the tool at it again. Glass sheet. This is certainly a lot for a beginner, I understand. But you can certainly get some convenient flow into the way that you do this. For example, since you can swap hands with E, let's just close it up quickly. Once you know what you're doing. You can see that we're burning through these rather fast, so it's important not to overbuild at the beginning. I mean, we can make these walls, of course, but we don't want to be burdened with that additional task when we're just trying to get a box in which we can survive. Man, I made it too big station already. Too many fields, or what you want to call them. I don't have any iron sheets left. What to do now? Well, so let's make things a bit more interesting. These things that I welded here, you can also unweld them. Oh, whoops. If I open this up while this is in my hand here, it will add that to the stack automatically. Yeah, it's a bit stupid now. But this might actually even be airtight, and I will then soon manufacture something and close that up. But let's first do the basic things. If only I could see, yes I can. The windows have some kind of stripes in them when they're completely built, and you can see up there where the crosshair is. This one has some, this one has this. Oh, this one doesn't? Yeah, this one does, but this rotated differently because I didn't consider rotation when I just threw my walls up there. So that can happen. Closed, closed. That's also where the jetpack's very nice. You can just force your location and instead of falling into holes. Are all walls closed? Almost. Damn, I only have one iron sheet left. That's too few iron sheets. Let's just take some from the outside here. It doesn't really matter. Since this will probably all be overwhelming for you at the beginning, what do I have to remember and so forth? I don't know, I'm just showing you the way, and you can choose your way which kind of snakes itself around the way that I've chosen and is kind of different, but it will also work. You know, I'm basically just showing you the direction, not the exact way you have to do it. So what do we do here to close these doors? Welding torch and 1 iron sheet. Okay. Now we have manual hatches. They will hold tight, so not a problem. This should be airtight now, this room. But it's ugly, right? I mean, we can't even walk in there, and it's possibly not even airtight because of this here. I'm not sure, probably. So what's the next step then? We need to be able to close that up, so we need to be able to manufacture stuff. And to manufacture stuff, we need a device that does that, and we also need to power it. Let's first get the device. There are multiple such devices in the game. Oh my god, I found it directly. The Autolathe. But this one is completely irreplaceable. I mean, you can make it later in the game, but if you don't have one, then you're out of luck. But that basically never happens. And the save game concept of Stationeers is really good. It has autosave. I have turned that off for me, but it's on for you by default. And it has multiple saves per save game, per world. So if you save many times, you will have many save games. That can actually become a few gigabytes, but I mean, it's better that you have your save game secure than that you have hard disk space left, right? And you can delete them. You can clean that up manually, though. This is not built in here. Okay, now, so let's place the Autolathe somewhere. You can see here that it has some kind of connectors at the bottom. You can see that on the right here, on the right, yeah. And there's an arrow, and there's another arrow. Now let's rotate that. The back, on the left, you can see the back. There's nothing. Yeah. So obviously we should place that kind of like this. So this is where stuff comes out. This is where stuff goes in, and there's a connection, provides data connection and provides power connection. I will go into that later. This thing is not yet completely constructed. What else do we need? Well, it's a bit unfortunate that right at the beginning, when I have to explain this stuff to you, we also are already meeting the most complicated things. These many factories, they are used for lots of things, and once you have placed them down, you will just toss some stuff in, and there's electricity, and you would say, give me this thing, and it will manufacture that. And so, since they are so powerful, it makes sense that building them is kind of complex. So, welding torch and 2 iron sheets. Now it needs 4 cable coils. Here's a cable coil. Let's just click on that thing with a cable coil. And then what do we need? Plastic sheets, okay. It looks complete, right? But it's not. Screwdriver. Then it's complete. This is my 3D printer. It needs power. How do we get power in here? With a cable. I have cable. But the cable itself needs power also. Where do we get that? Maybe you have seen that there's a solar panel here in glass. Not this one. There was one up here. There. A basic solar panel, which we can place somewhere. I will just place that on the roof. Maybe right atop this thing, why not? That is fun. Is it complete? Nope, needs glass. See, I can also put my tools here, but I cannot put something like this here. The tool belt is completely restrictive, so your inventory space at the beginning is quite limited. But you guessed it, later you will have more of that space. But not by leveling up. It's not like the game says, now you're good, here is some score points that you can distribute. No, instead you build these better pocket things, the better suits, and to do that you need better manufacturing equipment and so forth. But you're not upgrading that kind of stuff all the time. This is not some kind of upgrade sink. This is really an engineering game, so that's where the focus is. So we can see here the sun is generating now 150 watts and the efficiency is increasing. Why is that? Because the sun is currently moving upwards and will eventually be perpendicular here, and then the efficiency should be 100% and then it goes back over there. You can see there's health, so it can be damaged by explosions, by fire. Or when you're playing on a planet or moon with atmosphere, there will be storms, and when there's a storm, such a simple basic solar panel will take damage. That's also why it's said here, solar panel is not damaged, because you can repair that with glass. You don't have to remember that, the tooltip will tell you. So we can now use a cable from here down to that manufactory, and then we will have electricity. Let's do that. I have a cable here, there's another build ghost. I need the cable down there, so... like this, right? Well, I guess we need to curve the cable, and if you see here, 1 of 8, oh. 2, 3, 4, oh, we have different cable types. Yes, we do. So let's use this curve here, and point it here. And I told you about the rotation key. In this situation is very useful, because it offers you not just all rotations that are possible, but all rotations that are meaningful. So let's press the key repeatedly. See? Only 4 different rotations. Now here, when it's in the air, we get all kinds of different stuff. Because, I mean, everything could be meaningful. But here, I actually didn't know that you can just point at this connector and press the auto rotate key, even though the cable is currently rotated wrongly. It will immediately pick a meaningful rotation. That's good to know, actually. Okay, let's go in there and... oh, the roof is still open. Let's turn the flashlight on. And then let's go back to that straight cable. And actually, what you can do in Stationeers is extremely complex, and you might think that the interface is cumbersome, but it's really not. If you consider all the things that you can do, for example, if there would be a wall here, I place, well, okay, on the ground then. You can see I can place a cable on the ground. But if I place a wall on top of this, then I can no longer see the cable. I can remove the wall to access the cable, but I can still add more cable to this even through the wall. It will still look yellow like this, or green like this, depending on whether it's attached. So I can actually build cables blindly, if I know what I'm doing. And that's an example of how convenient this interface really is, considering how complex the things are that you can do with it. So when I point exactly here, on that end, then it will give me that one rotation here. So let's do that. Add more. Then another curve. And now we have power. Haha. So what can we manufacture then? Let's look at the recipe list here. I can move the window. I don't want that. What I need now is here, the iron sheet. You don't have to remember that, you know that you want an iron sheet, so just enter sheet here. Or maybe even eat. Yeah, so you can just enter some fragments. You can also add,
You are listening to music from Synthera and Exosphere on Soma FM.
Yeah, well, so the search is not as flexible as I would have implemented it, but it's still somewhat flexible. So let's pick the iron sheets, And then we can make them, right? Let's make some iron sheets. No, we can't. What's going on? It's telling us here that we need iron for that. Where do we get iron? Do we have that on the lander? No. But conveniently, here is some iron. How do we get that then? Out of the planet. We cannot click here, we cannot do anything. Is there a tool that I can use maybe? Can I point at that with a tool? No, also not. So, yeah. But maybe you guessed it, we need some kind of mining equipment, and we have that with us. Here's another belt. Here's our tool belt, and here's the mining belt. I will just click on this thing, and so we get another inventory here. We'll put that to the side. So yeah, even the things in your inventory can have inventories. So things can be complex. For example, here we have the handheld tablet, which has a battery, and here's a slot for a cartridge. Because the tablet, see, it's flashing an arrow, it's orange, it's beep beep. Can't use it, you need a cartridge so that the tablet knows what to do. It's like when you want to play a game on a console, you need to insert a cartridge to play that. Okay, so we have a pickaxe actually, let's do that then. Haha! Iron, and we can pick that up. Great. Doop-de-doo. Let's make some iron sheets. That's the input slot. But I can't do this. What's going on? This is an ingot slot. Ore iron is not of type import. Whatever. You cannot insert the iron here. I need it in ingot form, so you need to smelt that. Huh. And what happened here? Has the sun run out of power? No, it's still shining. So what's happening here? Well, the sun is no longer shining on the solar panel. So we cannot print anything. We have to wait for the next day. Or iron ore, we find a better way. There's such a thing as batteries, right? Battery is a buffer. You can use the solar panel to put electricity into the buffer, and then you can also draw electricity from the buffer while the sun is not shining. So let's take, there's another battery here, I will take that with me, and this goes back into the tool belt. Where's my pickaxe? Oh, I think I tossed that over there. Did I? Oh, that's nice. Shamefully, I don't remember where my pickaxe... There it is. There it is. But what's more shameful is when you don't remember where your station is. I mean, consider, everything here looks kind of the same. Here and on other planets. This will probably change because this game is still so early access, and still you can play it over thousands of hours. It's ridiculous the amount of fun that you can milk out of this product already. They will revamp the terrain system over the course of this year, I mean later this year, and then I think the terrain will be finite. Currently it's infinite, just like in Minecraft, and it will also be more diverse, so there will be places for you to go and such, is what I heard. And so it's very easy, like, to lose your station, and then you're like, which direction was that in? Here, you have a compass, actually. It's currently at exactly 0 degrees. Now let's turn slightly, 4, 5, 360. See? And if you are far enough away from your station, digging, and you remember your station was, like, at 16 degrees, then you might be able to find it by using the compass in this way. Let's go to 16 degrees, like I noticed earlier, and then we will notice that we are walking kind of towards the station, but not quite. Obviously, by moving laterally, and now I have to move slightly different if I want to actually find the station. But there are other ways to do that, and it's just a tip. Now, the topic is electricity buffer. How can I do that? Let's toss the iron in here for later. And we have a electricity buffer, but we cannot connect that. We need something with a cable, and that is there are various devices here with cables. There's, for example, a battery charger, and no, you cannot use that bidirectionally. It will not output what's in the battery. It can only be charged with a cable. So, here we go. The area power controller. The APC. So that's the solar panel coming down here. And let's place the APC. You can see it has an input and an output. You can see that with the arrows. It also has two variants, but don't bother. It's just cosmetic, so that it's upside down if need be. And there it is, the area power controller. I have another one on me. I will just toss it. It's a bit dumb that this thing closes right when you place it down. So now that it's open, would it have told me that? Yep, crowbar required to close. So yeah, you're on the safe side. You can just rely on the tooltips. Let's connect the cable with that thing, and I will actually use my own suit battery for this thing, and we'll use the battery I just got from my Lander as my own battery, because it was kind of low already. But you notice I have a lot of time to explain this stuff to you, because this is easy difficulty. Okay, now can I turn this on? It is... Oh no, it turns on, but it's not doing anything. I have to turn on the power controller. Ah, hello! But remember, this is draining your battery. Even when this thing is off, this is draining your battery, because this device also consumes a little bit of electricity. Okay, during the day now, the solar panel will pump its electricity right in here, and our battery, which is currently at 32%, would charge up. But we need an ingot. How do we get that then? We need to smelt that. We have a device that can do that. This is the arc furnace. There are actually 3 types of furnaces in this game, but that's irrelevant now. Let's look at the arc furnace. Ah, that's looking good. There's some room over here. Let's place that thing here. We have, let's see, there is some kind of connector down there. And over here we have a connector that certainly says electricity. Yes, and let's do that then. Let's place it like this. Yeah, why not this close? Yeah, why not? It's a bit cramped. But, oh, it's actually too cramped. Let's remove that again. How do we get rid of that thing? Hand drill. Now things get interesting. Right, you might have noticed that I always put the wire cutters into the other hand. It's a force of habit. I've been playing this game for so long. Here, you see that there's already a cable, so I can replace this here. But you can merge cables by just placing the wire cutters in your other hand, and then this will just become the right variation of cable. See, when I use the mouse wheel, you get all these different variants. But you don't need to know any of these. The only thing you really need to know is the straight cable and the curved cable. Everything else you can do with deleting and with adding or whatever. This will just, it's easy this way. And the tooltip just told us, so it's not hard. This thing is now turned on, but it doesn't have power. Now it has power. Okay, so let's take the iron that we have and stuff it in there. And then let's look at the battery, 32%, and turn that thing on. Ah, it's glowing. And apparently some kind of atmosphere stuff is happening. Maybe it's getting warm. You can see 57 degrees here, so some air is being excreted. And the battery is now down to 31%. Let's turn that off. And an ingot. Yeah, an ingot came out. Wait. Let's put that in. Yeah, it works okay. Still iron sheets, okay. Now you can see here it takes 1 gram and 8 grams are in there. Let's use all of these. Let's make 8 iron sheets. There are actually sounds in this game, but there's no atmosphere, so you don't hear any. It's realism, okay? So you're looking forward to having a room in which you can breathe. Battery is now at 28%. Yeah, that's kind of a problem, right? But don't worry, we have a few more small batteries. Not the large ones, it's a large one on the lander, and the sun will also come back, and we have quite some time. What does time mean right now? What do I mean when I say we have time? Well, what do we need? I'm a person. I need to breathe, and I need to eat, and I need to drink. It's too bad we don't yet have to defecate or pee or such, but maybe that will come, who knows. And here you can see the 67%, that is the amount of food I still have basically charged my system with, and if it's at 0%, which you in reality would never reach, then my body will take damage. So letting it run down to 0% is actually kind of dumb. But I will do that here. The same for drinking. Now let's see here, we have a tooltip that explains what's going on. Food quality is good, plus 25% hydration because of this is a bonus. Hydration, yeah, okay, I'm explaining too much. You got a whiff now of what this is. Let's go back to business. Now we have these iron sheets and we can close up the station. And 2000 degrees atmosphere in here with very low pressure. Kilopascals, what kind of unit is that? Let's just say 100 is the unit of choice. You can see here, for example, my spacesuit's target pressure is 101, and for whatever reason is at 97. I will explain that later. Maybe. Don't forget it. There's so many million things to talk about here. There were still open windows, I think. Oh yeah, this one. Huh. Okay, now the station could be closed up, actually. I could also close these now, since I still have 3 iron sheets. Let's do that. For convenience. It feels right. Yeah, a word about atmosphere. We're now in here, we have like 2000 degrees Celsius, but that's not much. You have to think about... Oh, maybe I'm going too far with this explanation. You have to think about thermal energy. See, that is hot in here is not the only criterion. I mean, there's basically no gas in here, almost nothing. I mean, if it's 2000 degrees hot, that will not actually be very hot. I don't think it would actually burn you. I'm not sure what would happen. But maybe it's like the light and frost effect that... okay, doesn't matter. Anyway, so let's use the tablet. Use the tablet. And use it to analyze the atmosphere. Here we have the Atmos Analyzer cartridge. I will drag it over here into that slot. It can be put into any normal slot, but not into a tool slot or into an ore slot, but it can be put here in the cartridge slot. And turn it on, right mouse button. And now we can see what we have here. We have some CO2, you know, that's the stuff humans breathe out. Some O2, which is what we would like to breathe in. And there's some pollutant. That's some kind of catch-all gas that they put into the game to say this is something you don't want to breathe, or this is a waste product of some burning process. Obviously that would come from the welding. Yep. And when I open this, the gas will slowly escape. I think it's just so little that it will not show the animation. There's some kind of threshold for showing or not showing that. Yeah, we want to survive. We need to eat, we need to drink. And one of the main problems actually is electricity. When the sun comes up and charges this thing, I don't think it will be filled to 100%. We need to work on that front. How can we do that? right now there's still a generator in the game. This might change later, but right now we have that. That's the solid generator. That thing takes coal. You put coal in it and it will pump out a lot of electricity. Since it generates electricity just like the solar panel does, I think we want to put that on the left side here on the input of our battery buffer. So let's place that guy over here. Maybe, or here maybe? Yeah, why not? Then use a trick that we learned. Cable, wire cutter, curve, and click. And place some coal in here and this would charge the battery. Let's get some coal. This time though we will not use the pickaxe. The pickaxe is kind of some kind of last resort thing. When you, for example, have run out of battery, because guess what? The mining drill, as well as your drill, which is already down a notch, they are running on batteries. And your welding torch is running on gas. You can actually see what gas it's running on by using the tablet and looking into it. You can look into pipes and devices by pointing at something. Now I'm seeing the world around me. No atmosphere. This is the moon. Yep. And over there, yeah, that doesn't work, sadly. And here we can see we have some mixture of oxygen and vol. Vol stands for volatiles. Maybe you already want to remember that. This is the fuel that you will use a lot in this game, and you need this burny stuff a lot, and we need the oxidizer not so much. 2/3, 1/3. 2/3, 1/3. Put that back and get some coal. This is gold. We don't need gold right now. Oh, let's fly up and see. That looks like gold. Like coal. You can see over there in the distance, if you're watching in 4K resolution, there's something glintering, kind of reflective. There are only two materials in the game that do that, 2 types of ores, silver and gold. So if you're hunting for those, then this is a method by which you can kind of spot them in the distance, at least during daytime. Oh, look at that. That's me. You will notice I just narrowed the field of view. There's a global configuration for that in the settings, to which I can return with the default 4th key in the game. But I can also increase and lower it. Ooh, you're getting motion sick, whatever. I don't care. Yeah, okay, let's not get political here. So let's get some of that precious coal. Oh, what's happening? It's falling to the ground. Yes, you have to pick that up. Pick it up. Pick it up. There's some work involved in this game. You have to pick up that stuff. No, you don't. No, don't worry. So, we use this mining belt now here as my actual belt of myself. You can see here. I'm now in third-person mode, in which you can sadly not actually play the game because I mean, the camera is bad for this. It's just only for looking around. You cannot really play like this. I hope they change that later. And now if I try to mine something, it will land directly in my mining belt instead of on the ground. Let's open that thing here. Now you can see for 10, it's kind of random what you get from the planet. It's different depending on which planet you're on, and it's also different depending on what ore you're mining. And yeah, I know that coal is not ore, I think. Or is it? I actually don't know. Let's put it here. It's advisable not to only just dig the visible stuff up there and then let the rest rot down here, because there's still something to be mined here. They always come in patches with multiple things to find in the same place, with multiple coal items to mine. So you should leave something visible up here and basically focus on the mining down here until you're really done, and then take that stuff up there also. Anyway, let's go back. and see what that coal does. And also let's see what the battery is doing now that we're getting some electricity in here from the solar panel. 400 watts. That's kind of ideal. You can see it's already going down, which means that we are now reaching the afternoon. Battery is at 75%. Haha, you can see it's... oh, fortunate timing. Now let's take some coal and put it in here. Or I can just put it in my hand. Or you can not see it here, okay. There's also a key combination, and I can use the mouse wheel. I don't know which key that is. This one? No, this one? I never do it, I always use the mouse. Yeah, whatever, okay. And now let's turn this thing on. You can see here we are at 83%. If I turn this on, 85, 86, 87, 88. So quite effective. And now we're at 26 coal. How much did we have before? I don't remember. 90, 91, 92, 93, 25. So that's quite effective. The stuff that gets out there, but you have seen nothing yet. This thing outputs a lot of electricity. This is just wasted, because just like in reality, the electricity, if it's not used, then, well, it's kind of going away. This doesn't store so much electricity. We will get a bigger battery later, a real station battery, a big one. You have seen that already in the preview that I showed in the beginning of the video. Okay, electricity is kind of solved. Let's declare that solved for now, okay? So we have the manufactory, we have this. We need some air to breathe in here, and maybe we should actually get our stuff indoors, or shouldn't we? No, it's nice out there, it's nice, let's keep it there. So did we win the game already? No. We need some air in here. You will have noticed that we have an air tank here. Portable gas tank, oxygen. That's just a name. You can basically name those devices yourself. There's something here that allows you to name stuff. Haha, hee hee, and ho ho also. It doesn't change what's in it. Pure oxygen at an appreciable temperature. And maybe we want to take that indoors, right? To fill our nice box there. How do we take that in there? Let's look at the tool belt again. I don't need to swap the tool belt now with my current belt. I can just open it like this and operate from here. And I personally always do that because see, the tool belt doesn't benefit from being here, but the mining belt does, and so obviously I just put the mining belt here, and yeah. Cannot deconstruct. Canister needs to be empty. Yeah, this tooltip is sadly not yet complete. It doesn't tell me what tool I can use to remove that from the lander, but you can go through all your tools and you will see, this disconnects it. Okay. Nice. So let's carry that inside and take a breather. Yeah, how do you carry that? The things that you can pick up, like this one, you can just click on the entire thing, and that's the box then that you click. But here you will have to find the right spot. Here, for example. Oh no, that opens that valve. You don't want that. Yeah, there's some kind of implementation bug with the solstice there, that it flashes on and off, but don't worry, I mean, there are lots of bugs in this game, but many of those will not actually hurt you, they will not touch you. And this game has tons of features and tons of simulation and tons of items, and all of that works together, leading to the most emergent gameplay that you have ever seen. And compared to that, the amount of actual bugs still left in the game is probably lower in ratio than in most other games that you can play. Okay, closed door, and but if I open this now and breathe in here, How do I get out of the station? I will lose all that precious air when I open the door. Well, I can close this door, no? And then it won't happen. But, then I would lose this room of air. I don't want that. So we need an airlock, yes. So let's make an airlock. See, the basic need to breathe and the basic need to drink and eat leads to the basic need of an airlock.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, let's just ignore that. If you can follow the mouse, here we have the air tank.
Air tank critical.
Which I just removed.
Power low.
With surprising effect. And the surprising effect is that no, where is it? Where is it? Oh, it works without air? That's convenient. There's the active vent. That's a pump for air. I showed you that in the preview where I was getting gas from my greenhouse.
Low pressure. Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
So we can place that here, again with the Autorotate key. And how would we place that? We need to pump from here into this room. So we will want to place it with a big opening there on the right, where there's a big plus this way, so that the pipe can be connected up here. There would be the pipe, and that pumps the air back into the station. I'm surprised.
Cognition low.
Okay, now I'm dying, going unconscious, but let's just put that oxygen bottle where it belongs, and then we will recover. I just turned off the head-up display. You can do that by pressing F2. You can also press F3 for some developer shenanigans. And here you can also do help and get some commands. You can type exit to return to the main menu. That's not for you. It's just, I'm just telling you it exists. And F1 gives you the Stationpedia, which is announced up there in the corner. Many people overlook that. It tells you many things. For example, you can look up the iron sheets, and the information is very systematic. So once you have understood how that is presented here, it's very easy for you to read all these pages. Currently, it's of course overwhelming in information. Okay, so we have the pump up there. Now we need a pipe to pump the gas through. I just found them. The pipes behave exactly like the cables. They have multiple variations, but the only one you need is this one, and of course your trusty wire cut wrench. Okay, that's enough. No, oh. Hey, wait, why is that? Yeah, that's the thing. This thing is closed. Every pipe that you place is closed. So if I would try to pump the air out from here, that wouldn't work at all. It would just... You might think that nothing would be pumped at all, but that's not true either. This thing would pump as much as it can into that pipe. And so if I want it to pump more into that pipe, I just add some more pipes. This also sounds stupid, of course, but maybe you have caught on by now that I'm leading you into some dead ends and showing you how to work around them, but we will get more and more sophisticated over time. So let's look at this pipe then. You can see there's no atmosphere in there, so it's completely irrelevant with the information that we're seeing here. No, not quite. We're seeing here it has 70 liters. Let's go into the Stationpedia and look for the... Oh, that's a search that is... Here you can see the pipe has 10 liters. So we can surmise we placed 7 pipes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, should we just try this airlock thing now? I would say so. I mean, I also have here in my jumpsuit here something to eat and something to drink. So we could take our first sip of food and drink some water. You can see here the pressure is increasing. But can we open the helmet yet? Well, just open it, see what happens.
Pressure critical.
Nope.
Oxygen critical.
Nope, do not. A little bit later then, let's turn this up a bit more. It's a bit dumb that this animation of the gas moves beyond the window. It looks as if we're losing gas. That's not true, it's just the implementation is a bit inferior at this point still. Can we breathe now?
Low pressure. Oxygen low.
Okay, that sounded different, didn't it? That sounded different than the previous message.
Low pressure.
Ow! That seems to be enough. Yep, that's exactly it. If you have 20 kilopascals of pure oxygen pressure, that's enough, at least in this game. Let's not go into the realism of that, because then I could talk for a long time. I don't want to bore you with all that stuff. I want to lead the total beginner in a simple way from the 0 to hero, basically. Yeah, so yeah, we can breathe in here. The helmet is open. I use the key I. Again, you can look that up here in your settings. But also you can just click here on the space helmet and close and open the helmet, or turn the light on and off. This flush thing loses you some gas, I believe, and it empties the suit. It flushes it. So if there was something in there that doesn't belong, this is the way this is a way to get rid of that. Let's close that. We don't really need this on screen. This is also a bit bothersome. Yeah, let's drink something then. You see that it jumped from 9% directly to 124. I don't have to press the right mouse button for as long as I did. You can also just click it very shortly, then you take a small sip. So if this is ever at 0%, so you're actually taking health damage, then what you want to do is press it shortly so that we are away from that threshold, and then you can go and take longer sips, because then your health is no longer taking damage while you're taking a full mouthful, basically. And let's eat something. Tomato soup. Right mouse button, same concept. Okay, we have eaten something. We have ingested something of the liquid kind, and we drank something, and we can breathe. So game over. We have finished, right? No. This thing has finite reserves, and we used quite a few of that. I think it was at 7 point something megapascals pressure. Now it's at 5.2. So yeah, there's less. And also, the food will eventually run out. There's some on the lander still, but we don't, we need to plant some stuff. So let's open the door here, see what happens. Pressure is decreasing. Thankfully, I filled the room so much so that it didn't decrease below 20, else I would now get the warning, which is not too bad, the warning, but still. Oh, look at that, the battery is full. At the beginning you should take note of your electricity situation. I don't want to waste the sun. So let's do this. Now I have this, and the station, which is currently idle, can charge this when it finds the time. Okay, still here. Let's remove the gas then. Oh, I need electricity up here. How do we do this then? Well, we can connect the cables over there. But that's ugly. Let's guide it down at the wall, so that it's not like in the room, Can we just connect it here maybe? No, no, no. There's no electricity coming out of here, and we also don't want to connect it here because we want to run it on the buffer here, not on the immediate electricity that we may or may not have. Remember the auto-rotate key. Again, the auto-rotate key is right there in the tooltip. Whatever it is for you, for me it is R, press it. Do so! Or else... Okay, let's turn that thing on then. Oh, right, I have to activate my power here. Oh, turn that off, it consumes electricity. You can hear now, since we have atmosphere in here. You know what, let's just change the music to something less significant maybe. Oh, that's good. Good pick, yeah. Everything in here has nice sounds. It's very cool. Okay, now we can... Oh, this thing is pumping already. Why is nothing happening? Well, first of all, the door is open. And second of all, it is pumping into this room from the pipe. You can also see here, flow rate is outwards, very limited. Outwards as an outside of the pipes. From the pipes to whatever outside is, whether that's the planet, the moon, or whether that's a room. So here we can flip the direction.
Low pressure.
Oh.
Pressure critical.
I should
Oxygen critical.
close the helmet then. Aha, now we evacuated this room. There's nothing left here. No gas. And then turn it off to save battery. Okay, now we have moon atmosphere in quotation marks. You can see me make the quotation marks with both my hands. Yes, okay. In this room, and da-da-da-da, we have an airlock. Of the simple kind, but it's working. It's working. It does the job. Yeah, well, how can we get more oxygen? This is one thing that you're certainly concerned with. Over there, we can already see one of the ways in which we can do that. We can see this blue stuff. That is oxite, and that is almost pure oxygen. Don't fall too fast. You might break your suit. Let's just do the swapping again here. I want to show you something. Oh. I assumed this would now melt. I thought that... Oh, now it's melting. Hey, what? It's not melting there, but it's melting in my hand? What is this, chocolate? I thought it would also melt out here. I don't know why this is. Anyway, okay. See, this kind of stuff you definitely want in your mining belt, particularly when you're in the indoors, in the atmosphere, because it melts. You don't want that. That's a good reason then to really have your mining belt here. Mars is actually an easier planet to play than the Moon, because there you have atmosphere, and this atmosphere has a bit of oxygen and a lot of CO2, I think, and so you can just pump that into your station for your plants and for breathing, instead of having to mine this stuff. But it's not like you have to keep mining this oxygen all the time so that you can breathe. See, this is your oxygen tank, but this is your waste tank. What's in here is CO2. And you can convert that using plants back to O2. So you will have a full cycle. Da-da-da-da! Let's see what we can do with this stuff then. I will now open the door to the inside without first pumping the pipe back into this little box here. Yeah, the pressure is so low that we didn't even get some kind of atmospheric sounds. If I open the helmet now...
Low pressure.
Why is the pressure now lower? Because some of the atmosphere is up there in the pipe still. You can see here 2.3 megapascals, some oxygen, some CO2. Why do we have CO2 in there? How did CO2 get in there? Do we have plants here? What happened? What's going on? Well, I am breathing out CO2 and I had my helmet open. That's what happened. I breathed
Low pressure.
the CO2 into this room myself. That's where it comes from. Isn't that pretty awesome? Where do you have that kind of simulation in any game? And if I would now keep standing here, now we have to first wait. The atmosphere is still wafting like in an ocean, waves and so forth, back and forth through this room, equalizing. But ultimately it will calm down, and then you see that it is still changing. And yeah, that is me breathing, that is me converting the atmosphere slowly into poison, because CO2 is toxic. If you get too much of that, I mean, not in this game, it doesn't hurt you in this game, but in reality, that's also the suffocation feeling that you get when you hold your breath. That's the over presence of CO2 in your lungs. You don't feel the absence of O2. That is why certain atmospheres, which you might not be able to smell, which could displace O2, the stuff that you breathe, are so dangerous, because you might just not notice that you're kind of suffocating. See, CO2 is dangerous. Okay, now we have seen the airlock in action. What happens now if I drop down the stuff? I click on this, so we get yet another inventory panel, and this allows me to split that. This splits that in half, and this splits only one. Stupidly, that always goes into my hands, or if my hands are full, it falls to the ground. Let's demonstrate that fall to the ground thing, and then see what happens to the room. Look at the pressure, at this stuff, but also at this stuff, at the temperature. Why is it getting warmer, by the way? Well, the sun is shining in, and every surface that is hit by the sun will get warm, or rather, the atmosphere at the surface gets warm. Objects in the game don't actually get warm. You will not quite notice that. I mean, this is quite fulfilling to just have the atmosphere itself. So let's put one down. It melted. And something happened to the temperature. Yeah, right where I'm standing, it cooled down a lot, and then it equalized with the rest of the room. Let's toss the whole thing. See, the pressure increased somewhat. I don't dare toss down the entire thing because these walls, they don't hold that much pressure. Or should we? Let's do it. See what happens. If it gets too high, I can just stuff it back in my pocket. 40. Yeah, it seems harmless. Well, you notice that we now also have some nitrogen in here, and that was in the ice. And when I turn on my jetpack, we get even more of that, because my jetpack uses gas. And the gas that it uses
Jetpack critical.
is nitrogen. You can use any gas for that thing currently, it doesn't matter. So you can, for example, also use fuel gas. Should we do that? Let's save the game. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to show you can plug that in here. And now I could turn on my jetpack and could fly around with that. And that would be quite wasteful and also dangerous. Because those are toxic fumes, man. You shouldn't breathe volatiles. Oh! 93%. I want to swap the batteries. So, let's refocus. What do we want to do? We just saw that we get some atmosphere in here. This is nice pressure already, 56 kilopascals. Again, the default... Okay, let's close the helmet. The pressure that you see here is 101. On Earth, at sea level, you have actually 100 kilopascals. So this is the earth sea, let's just say it's the normal pressure that we would want to breathe at. But 20 is already working fine, and yeah, do whatever floats your boat. Just keep it within the margins, as you will get your warnings. But does the airlock still work? Why shouldn't it work? Because now the box in here, this box, it has lots more gas. Before we had like 20 kilopascals, now we have, or 22, now we have 56, that is almost 3 times as much. So this means that if you evacuate this room here, then in consequence, we should get now, it's off now, we should get 3 times the pressure that we had before, and that is probably roughly what it is, 6.4. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay, that wasn't wise, let's evacuate that. Yeah, and there's something peculiar here in Stationeers about the buttons, but if you really think about it deeply, it makes sense. And that's this. If I click here, you can see a set inward. So if I click here, I set that to inward, so it will suck inwards into the pipes. And you hear the sound of this thing no longer, even though it's still pumping, still making the same sound, but there's no air left to show you that there is sound. So you don't even have to measure that here. Also, you can see the outside pressure here, but it's rounded, so you have to consider that a bit. Yeah, and other buttons in here are like that. Also, we have, for example, the helmet. I click here, it opens the helmet. I click here, it locks the helmet. I click here, it turns the filter off. I click here, it turns the air off or the AC off. The buttons in Stationeers will always say what they do when you click them. Okay, hypothetically we have oxygen solved, because we can just keep mining that stuff. And I said we can also use plants to convert that. And plants, conveniently, are also what we use to grow some food. So if you now aim for growing some food, then we will have both problems solved at the same time. Now that sounds good. I think though we need to expand our resources a bit before we go there. I need to expand the station a bit, it's too small. We need some more space for the things that I want to do. This one will be a bit boring, I'm sorry, but I will not pause the video. I will not skip this. You can do that yourself if you wish. I will hope I will actually not be so lazy this time and do some chaptering, so you can just skip meaningfully. Yeah, we still have some boxes. Let's kind of lay down a blueprint of what I want to do. So we have seen the airlock in the middle makes this a small box and this a small box, and we have seen that the Autolathe takes some space and also maybe some space to the left and to the right, so we have some input and output room. So maybe it's better to have some more room around. So these small alcove-like rooms, they are not so very good. Let's make the station wider then. We need iron sheets. For that we need iron ingots. For that we need iron. Let's mine some. There was some iron right here, wasn't there? Yeah. Later you will get more powerful drills. For example, very early in the game, very soon, you can make a drill that uses gas pressure actually. It's a pneumatic drill, which is not a good idea really to use on the moon, since the gas will be wasted to the infinity of space. While on Mars, where you have infinite atmosphere, on all other planets, that is reasonable to do. But here would be wasteful. You don't want to toss around your gases willy-nilly here. That was not a fart joke. This was a fart joke. So, no more iron here. Oh, there's some more iron here. Okay. Some gold maybe while we're at it? Why not? We will need it very soon, so it makes sense. The F5 key is for quick saving, but you can also just go into the menu and click here, quick save, or you can also save as a new game, or you can just not save because you normally have autosave on. Where is that? Here, autosave, and you can set the interval on by default. Some more entertaining music, please. Thank you. Oh. Tycho Crater is the title of this track. Tycho is one of the craters on Moon, I believe. Or was it on Mars? Okay, I don't remember. Yeah, I did it wrong. I should have left some gold up there. I will leave this here for later generations to find. This airlock seems tedious, doesn't it? Well, you can automate that. You can automate this thing. You can automate it kind of pedestrian style, as in you can keep it like this and then attach some chip to it, and then you can go assembler programming and install a gas sensor so that you know what you want to do and blah blah blah, and an occupancy sensor for this little box room here, so when you enter it can start pumping or whatever. But there's also, don't worry, there's an airlock kind of kit in here that you can just slap down and then will do most of the things logically, automatically for you. Yeah, let's open the helmet. You might be curious, how do you get oxygen into your oxygen bottle here? For example, these air reserves are fine, but how do you get that gas into this thing? There are various ways, but the simplest one is this.
Air tank critical.
And done. See, we have 5 megapascals here in the poison bottle and 5 megapascals here. 5000 kilopascals, 5 megapascals. Yeah, it's a bit loud. So it just equalized the pressure. This one has lots more volume than this one, so we can keep dunking it in there when it's almost empty, and the pressure in here will only decrease moderately. That's how this works. I mean, it's like in reality, it's very intuitive. Okay, helmet is open, we are indoors, so let's smelt some stuff. Let's smelt some of the gold that we have. And let's look at what's happening to our atmosphere here, from over yonder. We see that the pressure is increasing, and... oh, is it? Yeah, it is. The pressure is increasing, and the temperature is also increasing. So this arc furnace kind of thing, it makes the room warmer. We realize we have to do something about temperature also. What we could do, of course, we could open the door for a short moment to release some of the pressure, and then we toss down some of the ice to refill, and that will then fill some cold air in here. And yeah, that's the way to do it. You know, now you're thinking on your feet. We can also see here that we have pollutant. That's not so good. What's the reason? And why do we even get more pressure in here in the first place? Because it's getting warmer, which heats up the air, so that it expands? No.
Toxin detected.
Okay, yeah, let's turn that off. Okay, it's still too much toxin. Let's close the helmet. Yeah, there's too much toxin in here. Now what? It seems as if the arc furnace doesn't really belong here. Does it? Well, you have seen nothing. Let me stuff in some iron. Because gold has oxygen and a little bit of pollutant. But iron is very toxic. Look at that, man.
Toxin detected. Toxin critical.
Yeah, what do we do about that? I mean, we have just wasted all that nice air that we had here, and now we have to vent it out there to the moon, and it's all lost, and that's sad, and it makes me angry. And what? No, there's always a way out. There's always a way out. We can engineer something to solve this. But at the beginning, the simplest thing to do is we get the air scrubber, place it down in here, and then we clean the air. Let's first. Several things at once. What would I do now? Okay, pump that empty. Alrighty. And find the scrubber. Where might it be? Where might it be? Hydroponics, air conditioner, generator, scrubber. Yeah. Okay. Problem solved then. It will need a battery. It runs on electricity like so many things. We'll get some small batteries. Let's use that then. Oh, what's that? Wait, let's toss that down. It says here there's liquid in the pipe. What's happening? Let's look at that with the thingy. You can see we have O2 in there, and CO2 and N, and the pollutant from the air. But it's liquid? Why is it liquid? Because, well, I don't want to go too deeply into this stuff now, but there's phase change in the game. Water can evaporate, can be boiled so that it's steam, and gases like CO2, for example, they can be cooled down so that they become liquid, and the same for pollutant. And now that it's under pressure, a similar thing is happening. It's liquefying. That is natural. That's the way it would happen in reality, except the pollutant here is kind of a fantasy thing. But the behavior in principle is correct. I will just set that to outwards. And you can see the symbol is changing. You saw that, right? With these squiggly lines. That means that it was now becoming gas again. Oh, yeah, there's still actually some here, yeah. Now it's only gas. Very good. So now let's clean the air. There's the portable scrubber. We can also fold that together again, I think with the crowbar or whatever. No, with the hand drill. So, battery in, and off we go. And the pollutant goes away. Oh, but so does everything else. No! What's happening? And the thing is flashing an error? What's going on? Well, what I just did is I pumped everything that's in the room into that thing. No filters loaded, will pass all atmosphere. That's the reason, that's what happened. This thing needs filters. Back here, we need to put a filter in of the right type. Because I only want to filter the pollutant out of the air and not like everything. See, in the scrubber now we have this stuff. We have pollutant that is in the process of becoming a liquid. It's raining down, so to speak. And this is the rained down puddle. We can invert the direction of that thing. And then we turn it on again. Vent is open, internal atmosphere will be released. Okay, how do we get a pollutant filter then? Do we have one on our lander? No, we do not. So now we're in a pickle. We have to create one. Yeah, do you. I will just make it filter just quick. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, let's just type pollutant polloops. Okay, it's not in here. What to do? What to do? Is it done? Is it finished? Not yet? Okay. We press F1 for help and we type pollutant. And then we see all kinds of useless crap for whatever reason it is up here instead of these more interesting things being up there. I hope they will change that because This, while somehow interesting to the more involved Stationeers players, it should be down there. So we have pollutant. Here we see the gas explained and what it does, and here we see the phase change diagram. No, don't forget that you saw that complicated stuff. And here we have the pollutant filter, pollutant, and we have, okay, pollutant filter. Ah yes, I guess a medium filter, heavy filter, and just the filter and the catalytic filter. This seems like a lot of stuff once again, but over time you will see this one you cannot even make. This one takes some resources that you don't have yet. This one takes even harder resources, and I mean, you get the picture. This one holds for a long time, this one not for such a long time, and this one just very shortly. And you click on this one, you see all it takes is iron. But where do we make this thing? Not in the Autolathe. We need the hydraulic pipe bender, which is one of the most important 3D printers in the game. There are like I think 5 or 6 3D printers in the game. You will absolutely need 3, which is the Autolathe, the pipe bender, and also the electronics printer. The electronics printer, for example, makes batteries and solar panels. And there's also the tool maker, which would be the 4th one. Not absolutely necessary, but yeah, you know, with which you can also later make a tool belt, which can take more things. It's more slots and even some normal slots. So we need to get the hydraulic pipe bender. This in turn we can make with this guy. Bender. And it needs iron, gold and copper. So let's look here. We have iron, 15 grams. Let's toss that in here. What does it say now? Oh, it says we need even more iron still. Huh. But since the air is polluted anyway, let's just make some more of that stuff. 32, 31, 39, might already be enough. 7, and some gold, 11 grams, I don't know if that's enough. Yeah, you can play nice games in here. And enough gold, yes, but we also need copper. Damn it, so we need to get some copper. This seems like a lot of stuff once again and very tedious, but you hopefully realize that later you will have some kind of workflow going. You will have some resources in a locker. You will possibly even have deep miners which mine that stuff for you. Oh look, but what's that? That's copper. So you can actually get the resources automatically. Gases you cannot get automatically except from the atmosphere, or maybe by converting gases using chemical processes. But no, if for example here on the moon I would want to get infinite oxygen, I would have to use rockets. You can actually build rockets in this game, rather complex, rather complicated, and yeah, that's kind of end game-ish stuff, and not that the game really has an end. So you might ask yourself, why do you play this game even? Well, realize that games like Half-Life and other games, while they have a story, they also have something that binds you to play them. They are not getting boring. Not just because of the story, but because of some game loop that is satisfyingly complex enough. And that is what this game certainly has. So even though the game itself doesn't yet have a purpose, you would say, it already has a game loop that will keep you very busy. You might ask yourself, why play it then if there is no goal? Well, why do you play the first level of Half-Life? To get to the second level? Or to enjoy the first level of Half-Life? See, that's what this is. This is a game that can really teach you to live in the moment, kind of a Zen or Buddhist thing. It's not the worst thing to do. Oh, what's that? That is silicon, which we can also melt in the arc furnace, and that is used to make plastic stuffs. We will be asked for that rather soon, so I will just take some of that while I'm at it. Okay, that didn't fit. I feel very indoorsy. Yeah, about the liquid in the pipe here. You might think, yeah, so there's liquid in the pipe, who gives a fuck? But look here, stress, 15%. See, these are gas pipes. They can take a lot of punishment. See, we have 6 megapascals in here. There's a lot of pressure already. This is, or 7 actually. That is 7 wait, let's see. This is 7,000 kilopascals, and 100 kilopascals is what you normally have. So that is 70 times room pressure. 70 times room pressure. And this is about 1/10 of what these pipes can hold. They can hold up to 60 megapascals, which seems like an arbitrary number that, oh my god, another thing to learn. Dude, this is something that will come naturally to you at some point. You will, and there's not so many things. I mean, there's only two kinds of pipes. These, well, and okay, they're insulated counterparts, which are otherwise the same. And there's liquid pipes, which are actually made for liquid. They can only take 6 megapascals, but they can take tons of liquid. And actually also gas. So yeah, they are kind of the omni pipe, but these ones can take a lot more pressure. So yeah, that's the reason why you can use both of them. Yeah, if I would pump lots more in there, the pipe would actually start taking damage and eventually burst, and then everything is excreted. We don't want that. So next step, smelt some of the copper. Good thing we still have electricity. The solar panel thing on the roof was a good idea. Good thing I did that. I mean, it's very chaotic in here, and yeah, actually, let's look at the atmosphere. When let's turn that off, that guy. It continues the smelting until it's done. And wait for the atmosphere to equalize, and then turn on this dude. You see the temperature increases noticeably. We get a lot of CO2, but we also get pollutant. So that too doesn't seem to be a thing that you want to run indoors. So why did I put them indoors? Because I don't know, I'm trying to be you. I'm the beginner and I'm placing that stuff and I'm trying to make that work. Later you will have so much experience and will be able to stretch your mind so much because you have so much experience in this game that you will know to place basically the thing, for example, there, and then the cable through the wall and that stuff, you know? Okay, we want to print the thingy thing. The hydraulic pipe bender. Oh, I need more copper. Well, let's make more copper then. 4 more. It smelts rather slowly. You have seen the iron smelted quick. This one is a bit slower, and gold is very slow. But you don't have to use an arc furnace. You can use a proper furnace, or even an advanced furnace. Not now, because we don't have those yet. So before we start producing this, we should make sure that we have enough electricity. We do, I think. 55 should be enough. Also, yeah, if need be, we just top it up. Not a problem. This is a slow production, it takes a while, and while it produces, it will consume electricity the whole time. This electricity is burned, it's gone. But the resources that are currently being used, they are not gone. If I abort this now, if the electricity craps out, if anything happens that aborts this production process, unrealistically, but I like it, the resources will not be gone. So you're safe, don't worry. And this lever, by the way, the purpose of it is to, if this is not producing, to excrete whatever is in there. You can see down here we have this and that, iron, gold, copper, that would come out here again as ingots. So you can toss it in another manufactory. Alright, I'm trying to, well, multiple things at once, but it's typical for this game. I want to make the pipe bender so I can make the filter, so I can scrub the air, so I can breathe. But I also want to make the iron sheets so they can make close that up, and that I can make more iron walls. No, I don't need iron sheets for those. I need, yeah, multiple things. Where will I place the pipe bender then? Oh, this corner is nice for this guy. Here maybe? No, that's too close. Here, also too close. Well, I didn't place it wisely, did I? I could, for example, place it here on the opposite side, but that's already occupied by something I will move eventually. Yeah, let's just live with this, see where it goes. I've never built a station like this, and I'd like to mix things up, and thanks to you, I can do this now. I can climb down from my high horse of efficiency and do things more colorfully. A bit more lively music, maybe. If I keep this running without overseeing it, then in this case nothing more will happen, because you see the resources on the right in the tooltip, not sufficient to make another one. But otherwise this guy would just keep producing indefinitely, and there's no way to prevent that, except you can change recipe. See, now I changed to a different recipe, and this means the guy will just abort after this recipe and will not do anything anymore. That's a trick that everybody uses all the time, so yeah. Yeah, this sound here expresses that this guy is being, the battery is being discharged. There could also be some electricity flowing in. We hear this tweety sound is now higher because it's being charged. You see green-blue instead of red-blue. Okay, there's the hydraulic pipe bender. Looks quite like the other guy, and is also produced, is also set up in just the same fashion. I don't want to put it into the wall, even though I kinda could. I don't want that. I try to keep things realistic. That's a bit close to the wall. Let's remove that again. What does it take? I think this one? Nope, a wrench. Yeah, that looks good. Yes, and you shouldn't leave your tools lying around. There will be regrets. Yeah, just click this button which returns it to the original location. We need iron sheets. Huh. Well, let's make some then. See, now I just choose a recipe and click the button and done. Some kind of workflow emerges slowly. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay, so now it's discharging because this thing is on. Now it's not discharging because it's not on. I thought this guy also needs electricity. Let's look it up. The power controller. Power control? No, the power controller. No, that's the kit. See, there's a difference. I just looked up the thing that I get from the manufacturer, and here is written how I get that. And with that, I can build the area power controller and also the area power controller. Like I told you, you can use the mouse wheel to choose between two cosmetically slightly different versions here, but the function is the same. Now I'm looking at the thing that I find on the ground here, where it's installed. And you can see it uses 10 watts. So why is it supposedly not discharging the battery? Well, I guess it uses the electricity on this side. If there would be some kind of supply, I'm not sure. It's it doesn't matter. So continue the production of the thing. Damn. So much for this. Alright, we can now pipe bend. What we need is a filter, pollution filter. Before I select that, I want to get some iron. Do we have some iron here? No, we have some iron in here. No, I actually used all of it up. Okay, that's unfortunate. I want to demonstrate that now. I believe you need 5 iron. That's already 6. Yeah, let's first scroll through that stuff here so you can pause the video and look at that if you wish. You might think this is a lot, but You have only seen 2/3 of it maybe, of this machine, because later you can upgrade this manufacturer and all the others, and then you can produce more things with them. But there's only one upgrade level, don't worry. It's not, like I said, it's not an upgrade mania game. The actual upgrading is emergent. The actual leveling up is emergent. Okay, that's the pollutant filter, which I can also just stuff into my suit. So if I ever have pollutant in my gas mixture, then that can be filtered out into the waste tank. But currently I only need to filter out CO2, because that's the only pollutant I will create.
Air tank critical.
Yeah, here we have pure oxygen. And what's in my waste tank? Let's see.
Waste tank critical.
Here we see in my waste tank there's only O2, CO2 and for whatever reason some nitrogen. I guess that came in there by me opening the suit, I'm not sure. Something like it. Okay, let's scrub the air.
Waste tank caution.
And see what happens to the air. What? Right, Of course. Oh, that's promising. This guy's really powerful. Yes, he is, and I think the developers will later change that a bit, because these things are so overpowered, man. Also, if I would deconstruct that thing now, all the pollutant that's in there would also vanish. And that's, of course, a way in which you can cheat. Don't do it. You will regret it. You will regret cheating, because the whole simulation is then suddenly no longer realistic. Try to play it as realistic as possible. You see here that the amount of CO2 seems to be increasing, but there's only a percentage. I mean, since this is being removed from the air, well, they have more space to show how much of a percentage they have. No, the absolute number here, the moles, they stay the same. And if I would heat up the room so they take more volume, the moles would not change. This is really the absolute amount of molecules, except it's not 163 molecules, obviously. Ah, we can breathe again. Nice. And all it took was this amount of space in our nice pollutant scrubber thingy. Yeah, we're getting somewhere, don't we? So, iron sheets, please. Zero. Oh, I already wasted all my iron sheets on this. Well, I guess that's what it is, but we can already start putting up some walls, right? Where do I put this? Let's put the tablet somewhere else, and here are my iron walls, and I gloriously only have 3 stupid walls left. This is annoying. Something else, please. Let's be a bit more groovy then. No, not with singing. That is interfering and also usually copyright laden. I don't want that. The high whirring sound sucks away and the low sound pumps into your location. Pumps out. Oh, did I forget to empty that? No, I didn't. That rolled in there by itself. Okay, some more iron then. Which will pollute the air, but you know, tug of war, baby.
Toxin detected.
I will just stand here in this corner.
Toxin detected.
Oh, okay. I guess the scrubber can't keep up with the amount of toxins we're putting out here. Yeah, maybe out here is really the operating term. We should see to that this thing is out there. Out here. Okay, we need 2 more iron sheets and we need some iron walls. Four for these. And I also want some walls. Here we have different kinds of walls. The color already tells you this is made of steel, which you will later use a lot. It's more effective than iron and efficient, you know, the amount of resource that you actually need. Oh yeah, and this, what's happening here, you can actually stack them up with a stacker. You can place a stacker here and then they go into the stacker and then you get this like a convenient stack like this here down here. Okay, the battery is rather empty. And my own battery is also not too full. But the atmosphere is breathable again, yeah? Yep. Battery is almost discharged. Maybe I should bring another one. What I'm showing you here is not the way to play this. I'm showing you the baby steps, trying to kind of simulate what your first steps, your experience would be if you would at least know which direction to go, you know? Really efficiently, if you want to see what that looks like, then you can look at my playthrough videos. For example, this is now easy difficulty, but Europa, which has minus 160 degrees Celsius, so that's really killer even for your batteries that being discharged by the cold, and your canister up over there, the tank, will also be cooled down. If it goes below 0 degrees and you dunk your oxygen can in there, yeah, good luck breathing that. Your lungs will take damage, will take more and more damage. Eventually they will not be able to convert take oxygen into your body, and you will suffocate and then you die. So you have to consider lots of things there. This is the moon, and Mars is also easy. Play those, okay? And later you will look for challenges, like I did there, and so then I played Europa, but not on easy difficulty, but on Stationeers difficulty. And this is the third of the 3 difficulties, and that actually worked very, very nicely. Used some tricks, some experience, and so, you know, if you want to see what that looks like, you can do that. You can look there. Okay. But the roof, we still need iron sheets for those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 8 iron sheets to close the roof and 1, 2, 3 iron walls. Okay. Why is it discharging? Didn't I actually tell about consumers and such before? And then I turn stuff on and off and suddenly... I don't understand what's happening here, man. Oh, now I'm being stupid. Okay, the sound is not that of electricity being used up, but of electricity being put in. Yeah, yeah. Or rather, of net positivity. You know, it's green. Yeah, that's it. Stupid me. Okay, let's make some more...
Waste tank critical.
Yeah, waste tank critical means that we have a problem. Let's close the helmet and see what that means. You can see here my waste tank is at 4 megapascals, 4000 kilopascals, 40 times sea level pressure, and the suit cannot pump Okay, let me explain a bit how the spacesuit works, because it actually works. You are with your body inside a volume, and that volume is flooded with oxygen, so you can breathe, or with whatever's in that air tank there. You can also put pollutant in there or fuel, but that's bad for you, okay? And then that is being put into your suit, and then you breathe in and out, and so you convert oxygen to CO2. There's a pump in your spacesuit which pumps, using those filters, any gases that shall not be in your spacesuit into your waste canister. But now it can no longer do that
Power low.
because the thing is, well, the pump is not strong enough to do that. And yeah. I don't know why this is still decreasing, actually. I mean, where's that gas going? Shouldn't my suit pressure increase accordingly? That's interesting. I've never studied these, actually.
Oxygen low.
Yeah, what's happening right now is... yeah, it can no longer pump any oxygen into my suit. Yeah, see, the pressure... Yeah, we can see the pressure is increasing. And the problem is that the CO2, there's so much... Okay, the suit has... We can maybe do this, pressure up. Yeah, what's happening now is I'm allowing the suit to pump more gas into the suit. So now I can breathe again. And then I'm converting that back to CO2, which is not what I can't breathe. And then it can no longer fill in oxygen because the max pressure that I've set here has been reached. And then I can no longer get oxygen. I will just convert the rest and I will suffocate. So what I need is, I can of course just open my helmet, but I can also click here and then we can see these two have an inventory. And I can open this. Yeah, I just released whatever's in there into the room, or rather I opened this thing to the room. So if there's any pollutant in the room, you can see now there's also pollutant in that canister. You can, by the way, also click it, open it here. And then it will even stay open until you put it in again. Automatically closes. It's very convenient, don't worry. See, now it's working again. Pressure down again, I will just go back to normal. See, now we have had some slight realistic astronaut experience with the suit and what these things do. And I can turn the pressure down, so I will save a little bit of battery. What some people do also, they turn off this so that there's no gas flow right now. And later when the suffocation signal comes, I just turn that on again, and then I will continue consuming. But not only is that tedious, it's also cheating. I mean, that's not how it would really go down in reality, I think. Don't do that, it's stupid. Only if need be, I guess. So, I need 8 more iron sheets and 3 more walls. Let's make the walls first. Wait for it. Yeah, I could have clicked slightly earlier while this third one was underway. We need 8 to close this up. And funny enough, once we're done, we will have some reserves. How does that fly? I will show you. Okay, this should be airtight. We should be sure about that, because the next step will be to take down the wall. Could also toss down some oxide in here to first pressurize this, but let's see what happens.
Commercial free, not fat free. Groove salad on Soma FM.
Now it's equalizing. And all that crap is coming over here too. But now we have so much space to build. Nice. Yeah, let's remove those also. And that's why I said that we will have some reserves, because now we get the iron sheets. And the walls themselves. Okay, so let's rewind. What did we do so far? We landed on the moon, we made a little box in which we can run around and breathe, and I will actually drink something while we're at it. Now this thing is empty. Oh, we need to get some drinking water also. Yes, we need to do that. Yeah, I'm trying to find my bearings. What should be the next step that I take? This constant base pollution sucks. And also the plants will not take kindly to that amount of pollutant. No, they won't. So how do we get rid of this guy then? I can just put it on the outside. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put it right there. And while we're at it, I will also put some boxes here. So we can place the electricity generator also on the outside. And we also need more cables, because from over there to here, come on, 9 cables. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's it. No, we need more cables. And thankfully, these small cables can be made with this guy. But let's look that up. Cable. Heavy cable? Oh yeah, there's 2 different kinds of cables. These can take a load of 100,000 watts, and the small ones can only take 5,000 watts. If you draw more power, and actually there's also enough power supplied, the supply is not the problem, but the combination of supply and demand is the problem. And if it is higher than this, then yeah, some cable will burst. And how do we make these? It requires cable coil, and the cable coil is made with the Autolathe or with the electronics printer. Yeah, that's for jointies, I guess. That's what you get for live radio, huh? Electronics printer. The electronics printer we will need anyway, so I will aim for making this thing. And also the Autolathe is very slow when it comes to making these cables, while this guy is very fast, because it's its purpose. And how do we make the electronics printer? With the Autolathe. So we need more iron and we need more copper. We possibly have some copper here. 1 gram of iron. Not enough. We're currently going in small steps from place to place. But later you would do batches, you know, you go mining, then you return with like 20 stacks of iron, and then you toss all of that in the real furnace, and that is smelted within seconds. And you can even put some kind of input stack here by placing a chutes, which can transport stuff from A to B, but I also have an input and output, so you can just have an input here to a stack of chutes, so you can toss iron in there, and then you just say go melt, and I will go somewhere else, and when the thing is done it will melt the next thing, and so forth. Yeah, everything in the game can be automated. But some things to automate is very complex stuff, very complex. Copper. Do I have copper with me? I do. And just how poisonous is it? Well, let's look that up actually. Copper ore. When we scroll down here, we can see what copper ore has. It has some pollutant, there's some CO2, and it has some nitrogen. Gold, we already know, has also some pollutant. Some nitrogen, some CO2 and some oxygen. And iron, 2 pollutant. And there's even uranium, which is not yet useful in the game. Except if you want to get pollutant. Do we have enough electricity to make that happen? 28, should work. But, you know, you get the feeling that we're using a bit more electricity by now than we're actually getting from that one little solar panel. Maybe we should make another one, right? Yeah, the electronics printer can do that for us. Am I making one? Yes, that's the right printer. And I only need one, thank you. I could put the dude basically here, because then we have the most essential manufactories right in this corner together. That feels right. And while we're at it, there's this corner here. What do we do with this then? I mean, there's nothing here that we can make reasonably, huh? We can, for example, put the coal generator down there, out there, and we can operate it from here. Yeah, this is where I can reach through the window and touch the button. It's a bit cheesy, but you see, the coal generator, you can just turn that on and keep it on. I don't know how it is doing that now. I guess there's still some coal inside the burning chamber. Anyway, you can just keep it on, and here you can add some chutes, you know, a chute and another chute, and so I would toss something into the chute, and then that would be in the generator, and so reasonably, yeah, that would then not be cheating. Or I just reach through the glass and stuff the coal in there directly. Since that is really such a short little change I would have to make, it is within the realm of not cheating, I think. 21. Do we have iron sheets? Yes, we do. So we can make the manufacture, we can install the electronics printer. I'm not lucky regarding my music choices today, am I? Yeah, that's nice. Not too close together. This is one space between them. This is 2 spaces between them. Something you would later also regret if you want to put up the stacker, because there's no room here to do anything. But dude, we're at the very beginning. At the very beginning of learning how to play Stationeers. Oh, that's also possible. You can, you know, there's some there, you can click right there, and I can actually take out the gas bottle from here, yep. Even with the drill. Can take out the battery. Can also turn it on from here? Oh, interestingly, no, I cannot. Oh, because that thing cannot be turned on. Makes sense. What about this guy then?
This rich stone forest, this epic chant, this gaiety, this grand choiring shout of affirmation, which we choose in all our cities. To mark what we've been, to testify to what we have promised to accomplish. Our works in stone.
Missed my exit.
Are spared, some of them for a few decades or a millennium or two, but everything must finally fall in war. universal ash.
Oh, right.
The triumphs and the frauds, the treasures and the fakes, the fact of life. We're going to die. Be of good heart. Cry the dead artists out of the living past. Our souls will all be silent.
Dude, why is the outer door open? Ah! It's kind of on cue, because I was just about to talk about automatic airlock, you know? We want to make an automatic proper airlock, don't we? Let's make one. Obviously we need one, because someone needs assistance. Cables only need copper. Tons and tons of stuff. And you don't have to remember all of it. Build that which you like to build. And then after 200 hours you realize, oh, that thing exists, and then your whole gameplay changes. Okay, we just blew through the entire stack, doesn't matter. I mean, we went mining for like 5 minutes so far. And look how far we got, man. Okay, I want to weld that stuff, but I also want to fix up the airlock. What first? It makes sense to fix up the airlock also, because, yeah, things get complicated. Things get complicated now. First of all, yeah, if you're fast, you will actually not be...
Temperature high.
Oh, what's happening? Temperature in here is 56 degrees. From 0 to 50 is fine, but 56 is already in the damaging area. This would damage your lungs, I believe. That's also why I warned you. Okay, so we have to also take care of cooling. Yes, we do. And let's be a bit cheaty about that.
Temperature high.
Oh, let's stay close to the ice. Ice chaser. I've never heard that term, but maybe it should be a thing in Stationeers. I'm an ice chaser. Overall temperature, 43 degrees. Okay, but the sun will heat that up quick, and when I smelt something... So we have a problem here. How do we cool this down? How do we cool this down? We can make an AC, for example, an air conditioner, but an air conditioner is not just a thing that you plop down and it gets cold. That's not how this works. Thankfully, though, there is a portable air conditioner. Maybe we want to use that now. Oh, and another battery maybe? And things are getting a bit stuffy, aren't they? I mean, too much, too crowded. Good thing we have a locker, which we can also make with some iron and the Autolathe. And this door, while we're out here, let's swap this door for an electric one. You might say, why an electric one? We don't have electricity yet. Well, yeah, I can actually weld it so that you can no longer operate this guy. That's not what I want to do. Angle grinder, yeah. Hand drill. Now let's go through the kit doors. Maybe now I have your attention and I can talk a bit more about the details. So we have a glass door. I like those basically the most. You can clearly look through them, like through the glass here. But of course the sunlight gets through also. That's something to be considered. But ultimately you will have your cooling solution and, you know, go for aesthetics and whatever you floats your boat. Then we have here the composite door, which is kind of the same thing, except most of it is closed. Only up there you can see there's a little glass area. And it has writing on it. And the writing says composite door. But you can rename the door. And then it will say whatever you renamed it to. Isn't that cool? You can have rooms in your station which have writing on it. And then there is the composite roll cover, which is actually not a door. This thing can be placed as a wall in front of, for example, I could place it down here on top of the box, and then it would be closed, and then I can click and then it will open and I can see the box. So you can use that to, for example, place microchips, which you can then easily access, but you can close it so your floor is still a nice floor. And then we have the manual hatch, which we have already seen. I will go for the glass door now. I hope I did this right. Oh, plastic sheets. And glass sheets.
Air tank low.
Now it's closed, but you can see here I can use the crowbar to open the door and also to close it. So yeah, we're not out of luck because we now have an electric door with, oh my god. Dude. Yeah, I placed that wrong. Man, hopefully that's not a copyright problem. I like this track. Well, YouTube has a nice feature where I can mute music and my voice is still audible. Man, this is... okay. Okay. Close. Next door. This was unnecessary. Maybe you have observed. Okay, it's a cool track and all, but apart from the copyright problem that might come, it's also getting in the way of my talking. And maybe you have observed now that this thing was not pumping the pipe empty while the door was closed. Why? Because the active vent has a pressure regulator and a back pressure regulator built in, meaning that it will take care of not pushing too much gas in here, or of not pushing too much gas into the pipe, or of not sucking too much gas from the pipe, or of not sucking too much gas from the room. I mean, depending on what's going on. But these values, which you can see here, the default here is 101 and 0 when pumping into the room, so the pipe would become exactly empty and the room would maximum be 100. That was our problem just now. Or when I pump into the pipe, max pressure is 50 and 60 is when they burst, but 50 is when you can already hear the creaking sound. Ooh, dangerous. And 0, it would suck the room to 0. Okay, these default values you can change. Not here, but you can use some logic to make that happen. We didn't talk about logic yet, huh? I'm not going to go into that now, it's too much stuff. But here, for example, we see a logic connector, a data connector, data logic, yeah, whatever. And so I can read the door's state and I can control the door with microchips. In the same way I can do that with this guy. Here, this connection, it's not saying that. is for power as well as for data. It's the same, it's both. Okay, let's swap out the door. I'm certainly doing it wrong. Yeah, it's a bit crowded. This is a locker. It's a kit once again, so we get different things like a low locker or a corner locker or something that can place on the wall, vertically, horizontally, stuff like that. It still needs a bit of work because of its implementation. You see it would be right in the wall. It's not nice. But anyway, most people use the large lockers because they have the most storage space.
Anti-critical.
And you can see here up here, you can see at the top of the screen that looks like the doors, and at the bottom we see little squares. That's the back of the locker where all the things will be placed. So I will now put this thing here, and so we can still reach through the window and do whatever I want to do there maybe. And here we have our locker. Yeah, the portable AC, let's put that thing up. Ah, open. This one doesn't have any moving parts that you can access, but it has some internal atmosphere, liquid nitrogen actually, at I don't know how cold that is, but you can guesstimate how cold that must be. If you look at, okay, nitrogen then? We'll get there. Yeah, liquid or not, it doesn't matter if I click this one or that one. It's gets the same phase change diagram, and here you can see how cold that must be to be liquid. This is the solid state, this is the liquid state, and that is the gaseous state. You can change the way it's represented here, but the information presented is exactly the same still. Same for whether we use Kelvin or Celsius. Anyway, so it needs to be pretty cold. Here, even on the highest pressure, we would have to have minus 80 degrees Celsius. But if the pressure is not high, there would actually be minus 200 degrees Celsius. So the oxygen in there is really, really cold. Or no, it's not. It's maybe just minus 80. Who knows? 125 megapascals. Wow. Okay, these portable devices might change later. Anyway, we can now cool down the room. When I click here, set hot, it becomes red, so that would be for heating. Once again, the button does what it currently in the tooltip says it will, set cold. And now I can cool down the room. It's cooling. Let's see how effective that is. Yeah, it's reaching over here already. But while we are doing this, the battery is being discharged a lot. I mean, this really needs a lot of electricity, so this is not the way, this is just the last resort kind of thing. And I guess that the internal temperature will also slowly increase. Oh, there we can see the temperature, minus 270, yeah. Minus 273.15 is the lowest possible Celsius temperature, or the lowest possible temperature to achieve, which is exactly 0 Kelvin. And 273.15 Kelvin is 0 degrees Celsius. They are both the same, they just start at a different position. Yeah, I just sucked an entire battery empty for cooling down this rather large room. Oh, actually this one too. We have to deal with electricity, man. Let's set up the door. Correctly, please? Yeah, this way. Dude. Yeah, that's the thing with the glass doors. You cannot place a cable right next to them because the door slides to the side. The composite doors, has a larger frame. The doors slide within the frame, so that's not a problem. But here we have to actually move the cable a bit. But I'm gonna change the cabling anyway very soon. But I don't want to do so many things at once. That would fail.
Temperature critical. Temperature high.
Yeah, it's warning us here that we no longer have gas in the suit. Let's just get some more oxygen. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. First, let's see what's in there. Nothing. Good. What's in here? That's alright. 31 degrees C. The surrounding temperature here has already increased the temperature of the oxygen that we can get. So we are kind of in a dangerous situation. I mean, we're approaching a dangerous situation here. If that thing reaches 50 degrees, then we cannot get any more oxygen from here. That's a problem, man. But, you know, seasoned stationeer won't have a problem, really. We just go out there, drill some oxide, toss it down here, room cools down, and we have something to breathe. And what you can actually do, and I demonstrated that explicitly in a video dedicated to the topic, you can actually toss oxide into that thing directly. And as long as there's some atmosphere in there, so that the oxide could melt, the oxide will melt into that thing. But will also melt into the room if there's surrounding atmosphere that would allow it to melt. If you carry that thing outside, and while it's not completely empty, then you can put some oxide in here and it will only melt into that thing. Be careful though, because then in here you will not only have oxygen, but also nitrogen, which is harmless, it's not poisonous, but when you dunk your oxygen canister in there then, and use it here, guess what happens? This process that you can observe here, right now, where oxygen is... By the way, why is this happening? Can turn this off. I'm in the room. I don't need my breathomatic here to run. This process, which decreases the pressure here, is pumping the gas into my suit. So I will get nitrogen into my suit, but I don't have a nitrogen filter. So the nitrogen cannot be removed into the waste tank, and so once again I will suffocate. I would have to have a nitrogen filter here, or if I think on my feet, I can click here, flush, and then everything will be flooded, my suit will be flooded with whatever is in that canister, which will then also be nitrogen, but the mixture will be different, you know, until it is bad again. I wanted to say it's that simple, and from my perspective it is, but yes, it sounds like a lot of stuff, huh? Yeah, the game is deep, man. And I mean, let's look at what they have here. Do you know Space Station 13? It's a 2D top-down game that I think you can play in your web browser. I'm not sure. I never played it. I only took a short look at it. And it was the inspiration for this game. And this game is supposed to be Space Station 13, or at least something like it. And in that game, you were on a space station with all kinds of stuff that you can use with air pressure, and there could also be some bursting and vacuum and everybody dies and so forth. You could play that in multiplayer like you can play this game also. And I think they just today and yesterday removed some significant bugs regarding multiplayer, so that experience might actually be much more convenient by now. And it's fun to play multiplayer. I've done that quite a few times, but I prefer single player because I'm a loner. Space Station 13, and so they can basically add small things to this game, and then it will become much more than it is. For example, let's say for a moment you also need to defecate. Let's just take that as an example. And then you would have to get rid of that, and let's just say you would throw it on the floor here. That would then certainly slowly excrete probably a pollutant into the atmosphere, and eventually you would say, I can no longer breathe in here, or something. And there's spitballing here. So we would have to make sure that you use a toilet. But a toilet needs water, it needs piping, it needs plumbing. So yeah. that small, if they would add that, if they would add a toilet and the necessity to defecate, then suddenly the wideness of this not puddle but ocean of things that you can do and have to do it would multiply. And let's say, what if they add some missions? For example, let's say people will be landing here. Maybe you will not ever get to see them, but in principle, they would be landing here and you have to create hotel rooms for them, which have to have all the accommodations. And your guests, they must survive, they must have the right gas mixture, they must be able to sleep during the night, the lights should turn off instead of staying on. Maybe they need to have some pottery, some plants in the room. See, they can multiply what this game currently is by small additions, and that's what you should keep in mind. You should really try to get into this game now, because it's already so brilliant, and later when they have made it much more wide, then you will have a new game basically. That is what this is. I'm playing not just this game, but more games. Anyway, so the door. Maybe I should complete that. Yeah, next copyright, thank you. Let's make an airlock, a proper airlock. Because this is getting ridiculous. So what do we have on nice stuff on our lander? Here we have a console. That is what we need for the airlock. The console can be multiple things, but I'm not gonna go into all the things that you can do. I will just focus on the things that you want to do right now. So we need to place actually a console.
Oxygen low.
Right, I have to turn on my filter and stuff.
Oxygen critical.
No, we're fine, we're fine. So, yeah, we can make, for example, wait, let me show you here. We can make an LED on which we can show a number, or even a bigger one, or even a much bigger one. But that's not what we want to do now. Then we have the console, that's what I want to use now. Then we also have the console dual, which is kind of like the door that its electricity and logic are separate. See, every device in the game also has logic. You can program this thing, can program this thing and read out its values and so forth. It's same for the console. And so sometimes it might be reasonable to have that separate. You will learn at some point why. That's why we have these two versions here. And then we have some diagonal monitor, which like shines down. We're standing here and looking up, stuff like that. And okay, let's use a simple console and place it on the wall here. Like this. It doesn't really matter how we rotate it, but I want to be efficient with my cable use.
Power low.
Okay, but that thing is useless. You see here when I have the cable coil in my hand, it says cable coil is not of type circuit board. This is a circuit board slot. You can put in there a circuit board, for example, for gas, which allows you to show pressure or temperature, or you can use an airlock circuit, which I guess I want to use, but let me look around if you don't have an advanced airlock also. Yes, we do. I'm going to use that.
Hydration critical.
Explain that later. Actually, yeah, I can't really use it now. Okay, let's use a simple one first. Da-da-da. So let's put the board in. And now we need one glass sheet to continue construction. And this will be our airlock controller, and thanks to the airlock boards, it already has all the logic. There's our active vent, and but it also needs to control the doors. So we now need to connect the doors here so that they're powered, and so that they're also logicked in here. Powered. And they now draw electricity. They take some electricity. Don't push this button. We will lose station atmosphere. I think I can now no longer force the door. Yep. But I think if the power would crap out, then I could use the crowbar again. Okay, so what's missing? Let's see, we turn this thing on. Error in config. So this thing needs to be configured, and if you look down here, there's a data disk slot. You cannot see that because, stupidly, you cannot crouch in this game. But here, that looks kind of like this. Data disk slot. Why there's a data disk slot in here? Well, it's historical. The game is still in development. At first they thought it's necessary, now it's not. It's still there. And you know what? The disk that we will use to configure this dude, we will have to pull it out once we are done configuring it. And then what do we do with the disk? I will just store it up there. That's just a nice way to approach that. And we have a disk already, but I could... There it is. But I could also just print one with the electronics printer. Turn on, and now we see connected to this thing is the glass door and the glass door and the active vent. You see that next to the glass door word we have the word exterior, and here also. What is that supposed to mean? That means that when I click here, once again, this is what the button will do. So I click here, I'm assigning that door to be the exterior door, because this airlock needs to know which door is the exterior door, so it knows how to behave. And I accidentally already clicked the correct door. If I would have clicked this door, now this is the exterior door in the airlock, that is incorrect. That's this one. That's the interior door. That was wrong. But you can see, oh, that's the one. Oh, that's not what I meant. I meant the other one. See, it's rather simple, Okay, now both are selected. Yeah, right, let's do that again. Nothing selected. I select this door, it's now the exterior door. And you can see that if I click here, that becomes the interior door. See, that's... you select whatever the interior door shall be, and so the next one that you would select would then necessarily become the interior door. And then we have an active vent there. And then there's still an error in config.
Waste tank caution.
Why? Because the airlock has no way yet to detect that it is done pumping and can open the doors. It needs a gas sensor. Do we have one? We do. Multiple sensors actually in here. We have a daylight sensor, which can tell us where the sun is and how much sun exposure there is and such. Then we have the proximity sensor. You can set a distance and then it would go green when the distance threshold has been reached. So for example, you could say when I'm like 50 meters away from my station, then the lights shall turn off or something. Then we have the occupancy sensor, which reacts to whether you're in that room box or in one of those. I mean, whether in that room, the game thinks in rooms actually. You can see here we have a room. that has an arbitrary number assigned by the game engine, and in there is another room. And if I walk around in there, that other number in there, like let's say 120, will never change, no matter where I am, because it's one room. And I believe the occupancy sensor works just like that. It detects whether someone is in the room and how many people. Then we have the gas sensor and we have the motion sensor. I think motion sensor reacts only to the current box in which you are, independent of the room logic. But you can, of course, look all this up here in the handy Stationpedia reference. So a gas sensor then, let's connect that guy. Can we assign it? Yes, we can. Gas sensor. And now it's green. Aha! So the airlock is now ready. I'm not entirely sure what's currently happening. Let's analyze. There are multiple possibilities. Pressure in here is 61 kilopascal. The pipe is, you can see it is empty, so it can no longer pump from there. Why is it still pumping? Because this simple airlock doesn't have yet the ability for you to configure to which pressure of this little box here it shall repressurize before it opens the indoor. But I can just click cancel here to abort that cycle, and then that's it. But the advanced airlock chip, which is down here on the ground, it has that. But the advanced airlock is actually meant for the separation of two atmospheres. See, currently we have just the moon. There's a vacuum and there's gas. So all we need is one active vent, which pumps vacuum, pumps this room to a vacuum, and then we can open the outer door because it will always be fine. But let's say we had Vulcan atmosphere out there, volatiles and 600 degrees Celsius, and then we come into this room from the outside with this door open. The inner door is closed. So this room will be full of that hot atmosphere. Would we then want to like repressurize from the inside and then open the door? No, we don't want that pollutant and heat in that room. We need to pump that to the outside. So we need another active vent up there. And that requires the advanced airlock. But also, if I would now use the advanced airlock chip, I could not complete the airlock because it requires another active vent. It's not optional. But anyway, this advanced airlock then has two input boxes up there where I can input the pressure to which it shall repressurize. And if I enter a 0 in there, then it will not repressurize at all. It will just pump this box empty and then will open the respective other door. Very convenient and very fast. Let's keep that in mind and over there. Okay, we have a working airlock. Hello! Let's deal with the problem of electricity now. The generator, solid fuel generator, 88, pop. We want to put that out here and it shall be able to pump to our battery buffer. The battery buffer is currently over here. Thankfully we have two, so I can like migrate without destructive editing, basically. You know, I can just put up another one over here. And I will actually put this battery buffer here in the airlock for the following reason. If you are on the outside, you're trying to get into your station, and your airlock is without power, then you are royally fucked. And you might have to actually open a wall here, and whatever happens then, gas exchange, loss of atmosphere, you don't want that. You want your airlock to be operable. Or maybe use the crowbars, I don't know, depending on the situation. You want this airlock to be able to function, so you want a battery buffer in your airlock. So now what I will do is, I will use the station's battery buffer and put it in the airlock, so the whole station will then also draw from the airlock a battery buffer, which is not wise, but you know, as a beginning step, it's reasonable. It's not. See, now you might ask, okay, the game has rules that is telling you if you do that, that's bad. No. And I think you have understood what I'm describing here is emergent. It's logical. There's no hard rule for you to do that thing. It's just better to do that thing in this way for those and those reasons. Let's flip that around. I want the other variant here. No, not this way. This way. Yep. Ooh, cheating. Ah, come on. That is the output, and that is the input. I can actually hover there. Interesting. Yeah, through the thing. Not bad. I don't have another large battery. We can print some though, but not now. We need, I believe we need steel for that. Let's look at that. Large battery. It needs steel. We don't have steel yet. And steel is one of the most important resources you can have in this game, but it's also one of the most easy to produce, apart from the fact that it is slightly advanced compared to what we have so far. Okay, where do we go? I will just take one of these burned out batteries and put it here. And then here we will use a cable to the outside. Not too close to the wall though, because, you know, not next to the glass door, please. That doesn't work. Okay. Oh. Wasn't that clear? The airlock is now dysfunctional. I have no electricity. Also, it's not all connected. I don't know, I'm trying to find the best path here, but there is none, basically. See how convenient that is to use the splicing function there, the merging function. So that's connected with that, that's connected with that, that's all connected to the power, that's all connected up there with the logic, and so the airlock should be still working properly if it had electricity, which it doesn't have, but we can give it electricity.
The Soma FM drink of the day is the Playa Duster. 1 part Gatorade, 1 part vodka, and a pinch of Playa Dust.
Hello, this is Danger Ranger. I've seen things out on the playa, things you wouldn't believe. At night, I've seen stars and lights moving in the sky. Strange, incredible things. Shapes, forms.
What am I doing?
And you can see these things too. But you don't really need drugs to see these things, because they're there. So think about what you're putting in your body. Be aware of it. Take care of yourself. Don't overdo it.
So that would be our future battery buffer then. And look at this. Da-da-da. I just reached through the glass and turned that thing on. It could be considered cheating, but yeah. Oh, this is not a good way to place it. Do we have some iron here? We do. Let's make that whole thing a bit less cheaty. So, assuming that I hadn't done that, let's place some chutes. The chutes are similar to the pipes. There's a straight one, there's one around the corner. There's a straight one with windows, but then you need 2 chutes per location because it's more luxurious. Then with the junction to join 2 streams, 2 pipes together basically. Then we have the flip-flop splitter, we have the valve where you can just flip a lever and nothing will go through anymore. The overflow, which is kind of the opposite of the junction, so something can be pushed out. Then we have the inlet, the outlet, and the straight one. So let's make a corner chute here. You can see it goes yellow.
Health low.
And then we use the inlet. And now we're no longer cheating. Now. So we'll just take this and how fully charged is this? Yeah, let's just toss that over yonder. And then dude will be running. Yeah, you can see. Maybe we should actually do something about this whole health issue. Damn, I don't have anything to drink in here. Not good. Let's look at the icons here. We can see, oh, there's some translation error, or let's say, I was playing it in the English original, so I don't know what that is really. Hygiene is decreasing, hydration is running low, mood is increasing because I'm in a room. Need to fetch something to drink. Yeah, we actually have eggs here. We could breed chickens, you know. But I don't want to. Yeah, this is a simple airlock like I explained. It's made for vacuum, but there's a little problem here. Because as long as this dude is running, or the arc furnace, there might actually be some pollutant out there, which might actually then also be in the airlock box. And the airlock will just close the outer door, so sealing in that pollutant, and then just open the inner door. Or just repressurize and open the inner door, so that stuff will go in. Shut up, man. Only an advanced airlock will protect you from that.
Fruit salad is sponsored by... Oh wait, we don't have sponsors.
Looks like we need to find a way to no longer be thirsty, right? So we now have a way to fuel ourselves electricity-wise. We can just keep digging coal and toss it in there. And actually the pollutant or whatever comes out there will be out there. I mean, who cares? It's just the moon. We can do the same thing with the arc furnace. I have to weld that shut still. I can actually do that through the window, but guess where the gas would go? And there's actually an arc welder that only uses electricity, so you don't need the fuel gas for that, and it doesn't have any pollutant when you weld them. Cool thing. Yeah, and this thing should maybe be connected rather with our main buffer here, and that thing should later be removed. It's currently a bit wild. I've never done it like this. Oh, and you know, this thing with the gas, we don't want that anymore. Let's see. We have iron here? That's probably not enough. Do we have some more iron? Now let's do this then for a change. And now I will make a passive vent. This is basically just an open pipe. Let's see, is there still some crap in the pipes? No, there's not. Let me explain how that with the pipes works. This thing is currently turned off, so it's basically just a block. The pipe's blocked here. If there would be some gas in the pipe, and I would take out, let's say, the middle piece, then there would be 2 atmospheres, one here and one here. And then the pressure in this one and in that one would be higher because there's less volume. Come on. I'm not lucky today with the music. Fuck my fucking life, seriously, anally, in a railroad tunnel. Okay, so if you would take away a pipe from the end here, then all that gas, nothing would be missing, you know, would be in the rest of this pipe here to the front. And so you could keep doing that until there is everything is in the last pipe. But what if there is high pressure here overall? Yeah, well, that would mean then that the end pipe here, the last one that remains, would then eventually burst because there's too high pressure in there. That's how that works. Which can actually be useful because in this way you can kind of produce a passive vent artificially without first having to make the pipe bender. But there's a downside. If the pipe is up there and bursts, then it will not just excrete the atmosphere to the room, but also out there. It's because of, I don't know, the burst shape. Let's not think about it. So now the gas will just be pumped nicely into the room, and the repressurization will be actually much slower than it was before. Let me demonstrate. Now it's a normal airlock, but you can see here the repressurization is happening very, 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 very slowly, and I will cancel that. And that is because the gas in the room has to creep into this pipe. I mean, the active vent is very powerful. It can suck the pipe empty, no problem. And this one also, and this one piece basically. Let's see, is it one piece? It should have 20 liters, I think. 110?
Power low.
Oh, I didn't know that the passive vent has this much volume. Is this so? 100 liters, yeah, 110, makes sense. Anyway, so this guy would suck this volume here empty very quickly, but then it's empty. And then what happens? Then the room will, in its laziness, just creep back. And there is no such thing as sucking in nature and in reality. You can only push. So this thing pushes into this room what it has there. The gas from the pipe will stream into that thing and stream out then, because it's being pushed and it tries to take as much volume as it can. The same for the gas in here, and now it can creep into that pipe, and so that all these steps will make that thing slower. If you want it fast, then you can expand the volume of that pipe by making it longer, by adding some more pipe pieces into whatever bizarre direction, or you can add an inline tank, which is a thing that is particularly, especially there to create volume. So I know that's a lot of stuff once again. Let's return to the simple stuff. So we have an airlock now, and what should I do next? Electricity is still a concern. I want to continue that thing with the arc furnace. So let's move the arc furnace to the outdoors. I have too much stuff on me. Yeah, I don't need the pill on me. Why do I have that still? Let's de-uglify this a bit. you will notice that my flashlight is on almost all the time. That is because the lighting in this game is, when it comes to shadows, a bit shitty, I must say. But also, there is motivation to create lights. You can print lights and install them. They will consume electricity. You can turn them on and off. You can automate them. All that stuff. You can even color them. I mean, the spray paint that you saw, it's not just for coloring this or coloring that, but you can also spray that on the lights, and then they will excrete that color light. Well, where do I put the arc furnace? See, this is the power generation circuit. If I would put the arc furnace here, then it would be dependent on that. Except if I lay a long cable in there, and I mean, eventually there's going to be cables all over the place in there, but I don't want to do that right now, when it's not necessary. I want to be efficient, so let's place that thing where we already have indoorsy cable. I mean, cable that is already hanging from the buffer. So I will put the arc furnace here. In this place. That is the data connection, which we don't need right now. And here is the power connection. And I guess the locker needs to go. It needs to be in a different place. right, lol. No. No. In the locker? In the airlock? No. On the back side of the airlock also not. I want to see what I'm getting into. The room. I want to see the room. I want to see what I'm getting into. No. This seems appropriate. And it seems dark also. Damn it. Invites us to make light, right? But no, I'm not going to risk that. We have too little electricity. First should make steel and such, because once we have steel, we can make a station battery. Okay, now the arc furnace is on the outside. I can turn that on. Now it will consume electricity all the time. I don't want that. Again, this is not the way for you to play the game. This is me showing you the various aspects of the game, what you have to consider, and how to solve some individual problems that you will have at the beginning. You can play it very differently, and so far I have also played it very differently. The order of events, where did I put what, and so forth. Yeah. Electricity, arc furnace. We can once again put some chutes here, so we have some input stack. Then we can toss some stuff in there. Then will all be smelted, and we can do that on the opposite side too, where it outputs that, and then make it toss that into the room. Actually, for that we need lots of chutes, which takes lots of iron, which I do not have, so I will currently not do that. Electricity. Now I would like to put the solar panel out here too, so the main buffer will be charged. I should put the solar panel here, then I can connect that meaningfully. And once we have done that, I would say, well, while there's still light out there, I will leave the solar panel where it is, but I will try to get some water, because yeah, you can just mine for water, and I think there it is already. Slightly bluish ice, yeah, that's water. The starting conditions are not always as convenient as they are right now, but you don't have to run far for the resources. On the moon, the rarer resources are, for example, I believe nickel and copper, so those might be more tricky to find. But overall, you just have to walk for a while and then you will find your thing. It's very homogeneous. Yeah, how do we get that water in the bottle? That requires a water bottle filler, which we can print with, I believe, the hydraulic pipe bender. Or we could look that up in the Stationpedia, also possible. And then the water bottle filler will have a pipe connection for liquid pipe. And there we handed the water. Wait, can we stuff the ice in there? No, we have to make the ice into water first. And for that we can use the ice crusher. There's a much more convenient way to do that, which I will actually employ, because the station is kind of overheating. And so we can kill two birds with one stone. But I will also install the ice crusher, which is normally used for that, so you can see how that is normally done. And we're kind of learning also to dance the whole thing instead of going by the numbers. So we need the ice. No, we need
Waste tank caution.
water bottle filler. Again, it's full. Dude, how am I breathing this away so quickly? And my oxygen is also almost empty again.
Air tank critical.
Yeah.
Temperature high.
Yeah, temperature high. That's kind of what I wanted to say. Let's toss down the water ice. Alright, yeah, this cools it down. But now we get fog, because now the water is in the air. See, Stationeers doesn't yet have standing water, like puddles. That may or may not come. They will revamp, like I explained at some point in this video, the terrain system. And, but didn't I? Well, over the course of, during this year, yeah, I did. Well, that might then also mean that we eventually might get standing water. Currently we don't have that, so this water, even though it's just liquid, it's just, it's in the air as fog. You have to forgive that. But we can get it out of the air using a drain. Once we have copper in there, and we need the bottle filler. Get water bottle filler. It requires iron, copper and 8 grams of silicon. I have enough of that, but I don't have it in ingot form. So let's do the thing here, which is currently cheaty, I know. But later I can do that without any cheating. And I could also have just left the station and do it from the outside. Forgive me. So here we have the kit drain. It has 3 very important thingies. This is, for example, the passive liquid inlet. You can see on the left, let's do it like this. You can see on the left it's a water drop, so that is a water pipe connection. You can also see that from these kind of screws. This optic tells you it's for a liquid pipe. It would also show you that now by means of a tooltip, but I think this is kind of in the wall, that's why it's not really showing that. How do I stop? Let me fetch that. That would be convenient, right? If you could just if you would just have that in the station already by means of chutes. Yeah, soon. And the second thing is the active liquid outlet. So basically the opposite. Once again, there's a water connection, but this time you need electricity and you can turn that thing on and off. And then it will just pump whatever liquids in the pipe into the room or whatever. What's happening? Right.
Oxygen critical.
Helmet closed, but filter's not on in the hair. And then the third one is the passive liquid drain, which is actually for gas pipes. Yeah, this doesn't look too nice, but I could slap it up there. Remember then when we had liquid pollutant in there, and there was stress on the pipe? Well, if I had slapped this guy onto the pipe, then the liquid pollutant would have come out there into the room Nahar, or maybe out there. I think if we would have put it like this, it would actually have gone out there to the moon. That's actually a nice way. This current airlock doesn't lend itself to that, but if you would use the simple pipe solution once again, we could actually depollute the station just by using the airlock a few times. That's a cool thing, isn't it? I never did it actually like that. That's a cool idea, man. Yeah. This would then protect the pipe from the liquids, because it would just be excreted. So we need the water bottle filler, maybe in this corner here. But I also want to use the crusher at some point. So maybe a more central spot. On the wall maybe, that's also possible. Yeah, on this wall. I want to put it on this wall now. Ah, that looks not nice. Ah, come on, these stupid metal walls. No, that's not nice. I don't know about that. No, no, no. I don't want it. Nope. Yeah, well, let's put the motherfucker on the floor then. Whatever. I don't know, let's just put it here.
Synthera.
Where's my... there it is. Okay, now the two bottles I have here. This one is completely empty. And this one is completely full actually. Let's swap it with the one I have here. So both would now need refilling. Let's... okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's first move the solar panel. That was the plan after all.
Oxygen low.
Yeah.
Oxygen critical.
Haha, that looks cool, doesn't it? Screenshot time. The topic of field of view really drives me up the walls. I mean, this is really such a simple, very, very simple concept. How can everybody get this wrong? It's. I mean, that's one of those. But that's when I think again, that's why we can't have nice things, because mankind, for some reason, in some regards, completely inept. Excuse me. Because, okay, let's say the room that you're in right now, your living room or whatever, would be entered into the computer as some 3D model. And I don't know where my cable is. Did I toss it in there? Maybe. Stupid. Let's say that we're inputted into a computer and then we render it as a 3D model on the screen. It doesn't have to look realistic, it just has to be geometrically perfect, like the right sizes and all that. Dude, where's the cable? I must have tossed it somewhere stupidly. Oh, there it is. So you render the computer on a screen. Now imagine you would be carrying that screen in front of you, and that rendering of your living room with all the details for everything, so you're not running blind. It's being updated basically. Anyway, would be completely aligned. So you're holding a screen in front of you, and of course around the screen you see your actual living room because the screen is not that large. But it would be rendered in a way that it aligns perfectly with what's around it. So in a way you could now look through the screen by the content that the screen is showing. You get the picture, right? But what would happen now if you would pull the screen closer towards you? It would become effectively larger, wouldn't it? wouldn't the geometry of that rendering also have to change to still be aligned with what's around the screen? Yeah, of course. It would, of course. You would have to increase the field of view. Let's say this would be if the screen is far away from you, or when you're playing on a console and the screen is far away. But now you get closer to the screen, and this rendering of your living room would then have to, you would have to see more of your living room on the screen, because you see less of your living room around the screen. Just that portion would have to go into there. And so the closer you pull it, see, the right field of view is an objective thing. It's objective. And if people would set it right, there would not be so much, I don't know, motion sickness or whatever going around. The way I do this, normally I just, okay, this might possibly give you motion sickness. I look like this, and if this gives me some kind of fisheye or circle kind of effect, then that's wrong. And when it feels like kind of binocular-ish, then it is too narrow. And that is kind of how I find that. I mean, I have lots of experience with that, so I will feel if it's wrong. So I mean, we evolved over many years, thousands of years, with this field of view that we have, with our like 170 or so degrees field of view, and therefore a screen that will carry in front of you, blah 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 blah. So if you have a screen like this and render this environment, which is realistic, it shows a 3D geometry, a realistic world, then it has to have that realistic field of view. And which field of view that is depends on your screen size, and I mean on your effective screen size. So no matter how big your screen actually is, how far you sit away from it decides the actual effective screen size. Yeah, and that's how you have to set your field of view. And there are people who say, yeah, field of view, blah blah blah, or some games that they cannot even set the field of view. When I get such a game, I refund it immediately, give it a thumbs down, and review and say, yeah, dude, in this day and age, these developers, they still don't know how the fuck to do that. No, I don't accept that. Period. So passive liquid inlet. Now behold what's happening.
Power critical.
This pipe, which has, together with that thing, 40 liters of volume, is now filling with the liquid from the air. I don't even need an ice crusher, and it cooled down the room. So I just killed just two birds with one stone. Normally you would want to use an ice crusher, which so the room will not cool down when you toss down the ice. But can I now use this? No, I can't. Why not? Because what's in here is also what was in the room, pollutant. The funny thing though is, if I now run my scrubber, where's the fucking scrubber? There it is. If I run the scrubber with whatever battery I may or may not have, then this will remove the pollutant not just from the room, but also from here. Wait. See, the pollutant is decreasing. I think it should be decreasing, isn't it? Maybe it's just too slow so for us to see, who knows. Let's pull that thing closer then. Yeah, it's decreasing. So, but what you can also do is, you can use, there are various valves in the game. For example, you can have a valve here that you can flip, so it's either open or it's closed. But there's also a valve whose purpose it is that the stuff goes only one direction. So there's a valve like that for gases, and also one for liquid. And if you use one of such valves here, and then another liquid pipe, and then this guy, then what goes in here will only be liquid, and so the pollutant cannot get in here. And so even if you have pollutant here, see, that is how you can get your drink. Very soon, this guy will say, yeah, no, it's fine, the water's clean enough, I will now fill the bottles. That is how this thing works. Okay, so in principle we have the drinking problem solved in a very shallow way. Let's make the crusher also, so that you get a whiff of what that's like. Ice crusher. Gold. Do we have gold? We do. Ah. Now see how that works. I need some more iron sheets in the near future, so let's make those already. If only I had iron. What? 0.5 grams of iron? Uh-huh. Well, I need to smelt some then. I don't have any, so I need to go mining. That's what it is. You might wonder, how do we charge all those batteries? Oh yeah, I've already shown you the battery charger. Yeah, okay. You might not wonder then. 22, should be 23 soon. Yeah, you can see it's charging. You can also hear it a bit. This is the ice crusher. You can see on the left we have a liquid output, and we have another output. Which one might that be? Well, if there's no symbol there, then it means it's a gas output. I have to think. That should actually work this way.
Temperature high. Temperature
Immediately there's too much pollution. Yeah. So that's the ice, not yet. That's not yet the ice crusher. Cable coil. That's the ice crusher. The ice crusher uses tons of electricity, so that's not a thing that we want to use right now, because what it does is, oh, my home battery has burned out. Well, do we have some coal? Yes, we do. This can turn off again, I guess. Yep. So, up here, you stuff in your ice, and down here is some animation that shows that the ice is being crushed. Here you turn that thing on so that the ice is being crushed. And there's a logic connection, let's ignore that for now. And then here we have the liquid output. Let's see, one pipe down, and then another pipe. Okay, let's make 2 liquid pipes. I guess I can't, I don't have enough iron. Ah, damn. And then we could crush that ice into that thing. However, if we push ice in there, it will not immediately turn into liquid. It will first be heated to like 15 degrees Celsius, and that takes a lot of electricity. However, this heating temperature can be adjusted using this port, logic. We can use devices that can control logic, like the IC10 or like logic chips, to change devices and to read their values. And so we could set this guy, for example, to 0 degrees, which I normally do, and then we'll just crush the ice immediately instead of heating it up at all. And then we will have our ice in here, our water. That's another way to do it, but you know, you have just seen how cheap it is to make that happen in this way. And even with the benefit then of cooling the room. Yeah, why wouldn't I do that? Yeah, why are there 2 openings? Because let's look at ice actually. Let's look at oxide. Oxide, when we toss that down, we don't just get oxygen, we also get nitrogen. But if you look at water ice, ice water, if we look at that, we get water, but you also get nitrogen. So in practice, we would get some liquid, but we'd also get some gas. And you don't have to, well, I guess you have to connect the gas pipe here, else the crusher will not even start running. It will detect there's no connection, so I'm not yet set up correctly. But okay, the gas will be building in there, more and more nitrogen, and eventually it will then blow into a room. And I don't know how many megapascals that will be, I guess probably 60. And I mean, the room is rather big, and the volume here for the pipe is rather low, so I guess nothing really bad will happen. But in principle, you could overpressurize your station if a pipe bursts, depending on what's really happening there. Maybe not here, but in some other place. Okay, let's look at the problem of electricity. Maybe we should now go and make steel and make the station battery. Yeah, and for that we need to first go mining. And I would actually do that. Let's take the whole experience. Is the sun coming up or going down? I think it is going down. It is going down. Yep. So we need to burn some more coal here to keep the station oh damn. To keep the station afloat. I wanted to swap, but that was stupid. And meanwhile we just do some other stuff, which is mining. Iron, yeah. So remember what I said about the compass? We might soon need it. That is the direction of 190-ish degrees. Yeah, I said hydraulic mining drill, which is very, very fast. But there's also the heavy mining drill, which is, I think, the fastest, which you cannot yet make. Well, first we would make another 3D printer, the tool manufactory that I already mentioned. But you would also have to get the advanced version of that. Because, you know, I said they can be modded, upgraded one time, all of them. And the tool manufactory in the upgraded form can make then the heavy drill. And then you're lawn mowing yourself through this, and whether there's some ore or not, you can just keep mowing. It will just, you know, it's fast. Of course, we want that thing. See, you're being pushed to upgrade your stuff, but it's not leveling up by shooting enemies many times, and then you're level 2 because you have enough experience, and then you can spread around some points. But it's very organic, natural, realistic, simulated, physical. And at your own pace, you can choose what you upgrade. You don't have a technology tree here where you choose what next to research or something, but you just choose what next to do. So now I have chosen, the next thing I want to do is I want to have a station battery, so we have some proper electricity storage. I should have left some of the other crap at home, because now I can hardly take anything with me. I would like to get some gold and some copper. Copper, I still have a slot that I can fill further. And some more coal would also be nice. Here's coal. And some gold, because we need to make heavy cables. Let me explain. The station batteries that we are about to make has basically infinite throughput. We can charge it at limitless speed, and it can be discharged at limitless speed. And the solid fuel generator, where we stuff the coal in, has a maximum output of 20 kilowatts. Remember, the thin cables are rated for 5 kilowatts. So if you would use thin cables to get from the coal generator into the large battery, into the station battery, then the cable would burst, because they would go in there with 20 kilowatts full power. So we need advanced cables, the heavy cables. They, though, require gold to be made. I think we already have some gold in there, but oh, come on. Yeah, what are some things that you can build in Stationeers? For example, you can make a shower where you can clean yourself, which will turn your nice water into polluted water. There's a water filtration system that you can make, which is called the water purifier. But of course, you can also heat up the water and turn it into gas, like you can distill it basically. And maybe then you can just use the device that I have in there, you know, well, it makes it very hot though. It needs some engineering, but that's the fun of this game, you know. For example, let's say we are on Vulcan, whose atmosphere is mostly, or a lot of it is volatiles. You have seen that volatiles and oxygen together make fuel. This fuel has an auto-ignition temperature, meaning that if this fuel gets hot enough, it will just catch on fire. It will not need a spark or whatever, it will just burn. Vulcan is very hot. So if during the day you empty your waste tank and there's still some oxygen in there, which there usually is on Vulcan, then you will mix oxygen with the volatiles and then suddenly the whole air around you will be on fire. The drill is empty, I will just use a different battery. And see, we have an electricity problem. But that will be solved soon. We're just about to take that hurdle. Not very quickly, but soon. Vulcan, yes. And so if you have your arc furnace outside, of course you have it outside, you're not stupid, right? To get rid of the gases, what happens when you smelt gold? You set the air on fire. And if your landing pad for trading is nearby, then maybe the motherboard of your the communications motherboard that you need to get the traders might burn up, which has happened a few times to me, and so forth and so on. So then you need some engineering. Of course, the solution there is but something tells me I shouldn't tell you. Okay, I will not tell you. I mean, there's many possible solutions. You can also put that thing indoors and box it in or whatever. But it will keep excreting atmosphere. We'll also make it hotter. Vulcan is a planet that is so hot it doesn't have any gases. I mean, that you can drill for. You can't get water from the ground. You cannot get oxide from the ground. All of that isn't there. What you can do is you can pump CO2 from the Vulcan atmosphere, which is there, I believe, and you can use your plants to convert that to oxygen, and then you can use the volatiles in the atmosphere plus the oxygen in the water combustor, O2, I don't know what the H2O combustor, I don't know what the exact name is, device, to turn that into water, which will then be 2000 degrees hot steam, but at least, which is a problem on that planet, which is so hot anyway. Oh look, nickel. So close, don't need to dig that up now, but let's make it a bit more prominent. Yeah, but then you have water. Infinite water. Hypothetically infinite water. Infinite oxygen from the CO2. Electricity you can get from solar and from wind. You can also use deep miners. Deep miners are big machines that drill from the ground, and then you will get iron and copper and coal, for example, so you can actually self-sustain. They will dig more coal up, certainly dig more coal up than you can burn, and so yeah, then you have an operation going that fuels itself. Iron is most urgent. Okay, I need to turn that on then. If you have trouble clicking something, then taking the viewing point from above is usually helpful. Okay, let's look back at the lander. By the way, normally when I play, I deconstruct the lander right away. I'm not going to do that now. But you can use the angle grinder to deconstruct the entire thing, then the boxes will fall to the ground. You can also deconstruct the boxes, like this, when there's battery in your drill. And then all the things in the box will fall to the ground, as well as the folded box. And of course you can detach the boxes. I can't drill it because I don't have a battery right now. Yeah, this is the battery charger. Didn't I have one? Oh, there it is, right. So, the battery charger, there's a small one, like this one, takes 5 watts, waste electricity when you turn it on. And there's also a big one, which has many more slots. The battery charger should be in your airlock, or at least there should be one in your airlock. because then you can access the batteries from here as well as from there. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? Of course, the battery charger isn't magical. It can't just magically give you more electricity. It will draw that electricity from the cable shit. And so when I, for example, charge a battery in here, this one will be drained. And it's rather empty anyway. Why is it so empty? Did I leave something on in there? The water bottle filler, for example, which also has its waste, its electricity that it uses. And by the way, every device that you run has waste heat. Just like in reality, in the end it will all be entropy, it will all be heat. What, you don't know what heat is? You think heat is some form of energy, right? No, it's not. Heat is actually very simple. Heat is just motion. Imagine you take a brick and then you throw that brick. Then you have all particles of that brick moving in the same direction, and that is called momentum. Oh, Atmos print is wrong. But if they are all moving in different directions while still being bound in the material, it's some kind of magnetic, or rather it's the nuclear forces. They are bound by this force grid. They're moving in all kinds of directions, but they can't go anywhere, so they fall back into their center, into the center of their force cage, whose center itself also moves because the whole thing is in motion, right? And so it's like chaotic billiard ball stuff, and that's heat. So if you have something that would be completely cold, which we normally don't have, and you tap it, then you're tapping some atoms in there which move a little bit, which move some other atoms, and everything is, it's not directional in one direction, it becomes chaotic, and then ultimately you have these things jittering around in all directions. Then you have heat. Then you can no longer do work with that, as in that's not meaningful. You cannot milk that for the motion energy that is in there. It's chaotic. You cannot use it anymore. That's heat, and that's the fate of the universe as far as we know, that everything will turn ultimately just into heat. Okay. What did I want to do? I wanted to... Yeah, that's what I have done. Let's smell some gold while we're at it. Oh, that worked. Don't remember what I wanted to make. Oh right, I wanted to make the furnace. One of the most important things in the game.
Power critical.
It needs more copper than I have. And should burn some more coal. Yeah, I won't need that much gold right now. Let's burn some copper so that I'm supplied. Damn. And this stuff actually lends itself to a placement in the locker, of course. It would make sense to keep full stacks always, so that it's easier for you to manage that. And the non-full stacks you keep in your mining belt, or you can also have a mining backpack, which will have then the same functionality as the belt. Things will gather in there, and if that thing's full, then they will go to your mining belt if you have one. And you can also, of course, use put half stacks in here, but then it gets confusing. So let's put them on this, maybe like a progress bar, filling up from the right, and then this is the highest value, which is decimal value or whatever. So, thanks for all the copper. Don't click cancel depressurize when you're leaving this station, because that atmosphere will be lost then. Is it already done? Oh, that was fast. I'm gonna smelt the rest then. La la la. And let's make the arc furnace. The furnace. Okay, and let's clean up a little here. Oh, and I need to charge the battery. So let's turn on the charger, which now consumes electricity, and charge this battery. And this one also while we're at it, which will draw this one very empty. You can see here. It's kind of stupid to do it like this. I could just have swapped it with that one and whatever. Whatever strategy flows your boat. Yeah, it's very annoying that we have to go coal mining all the time, but like I said, currently we are using only a small fraction of what this thing outputs. Yeah. 12%, 36, 38, whatever, oops, percent. Making the furnace. And that one, you guessed it, we will not install in here, except if this were Europa, where we have 150 degrees minus out there. And I don't know why that is. Oh, because my life support battery is currently not there, so my life support is not running, and yeah, that's what's happening. Because on Europa it's so damn cold that that you want the heat, that you want that smelty thing indoors, and that's what I then used as a radiator in my Vulcan playthrough. No, in my Europa playthrough. Here it is, the furnace. Let's place it on the outside. No, like this.
Power low.
Turn that off once it's done. Which device is currently missing its battery? None, I guess I just have an extra. Yeah, okay. Here we can see a little bug, which is with the automatic window placement. This will be gone once you reload the game, or once you restart the game, I'm not sure. Bit annoying, but okay. So, don't waste electricity, turn that off. Oh, but the battery can stay. Ooh, damn it. And here's the furnace. Looks complicated, is complicated, but to me it's sleepwalking. So it's you will learn that stuff, and then you can do that stuff, you know. The learning curve in this game is extreme at the beginning, but then it's fun. And then you will learn and learn and learn and learn and learn and learn and learn some more, and everything will get better and better. You are leveling up, not your avatar. Where would I put the furnace? Here? On this corner, maybe? I would like to make it so that whatever it outputs, right there at the bottom, will be tossed into the station. That would be nice. Damn, lost track of the rotation. Yeah, that's good, okay. Okay, we're going in the right direction. Now, where do I want the connectors? On the left or on the right? On the left. Yeah, I think that's right. Let's think that's right. Could add 2 chutes and this thing would be complete. Do I have some... No, I don't have enough iron sheets to complete the construction. Don't leave it running. It will burn through all your 20... I mean, the whole room will be stuffed full of these things. It will not stop. It won't. That's what this is. You're responsible.
Waste tank caution.
Yes, I will just empty that already, even though it's not yet critical. Continue construction on the furnace. And there is the furnace in all its glory. It looks complicated, complex and dangerous and all of that it is. But still it's rather simple, so I mean at the end it's really just sleepwalking. So we need... okay, let's say this. Here you put in your ingot, your stuff that you want to smelt. You can put ingots in here or you can just put ore in here, doesn't matter. What matters is the mixture that you have in that thing. And here you can see the pressure and temperature in there, and here you can see the contents. Currently there's none. It will even tell you if you flip the lever, which will empty the content, of what you would get then. For example, it would tell you makes 400 grams of steel. Oh, that's nice. Flips lever, 400 grams of steel come out as an ingot. The simple furnace, this one here, also has a nice advantage over the advanced one, which is this button will turn green as soon as you have some meaningful mixture in there. But, you know, you can just look here. Okay, and then we have the input. I don't want to input anything, I would just use gases, volatiles and such. Then we have the output for liquid, which I never used so far, but it is meaningful, I believe. And then we have the output for gases. So this thing will have gas in it, and at some point I need to be able to remove that. Else, well, I cannot use it anymore. There will just be too much gas for me to do anything meaningful with it. And so I need to be able to empty it. Also, it will eventually explode if the pressure just keeps increasing. We don't want that. I went in here to look for a valve, but I realized we have that on our ship, actually, on the Lander. I need some more iron. Smelty, smelty. Yeah, you think that this airlock is tedious. It is. It is. So make a fast one. I made an airlock on the moon that is so fast, when you walk in here, it automatically cycles. You don't even have to push a button. And from this moment, like, it takes 1.5 or 2 seconds, 1.5 to 2 seconds, until you can walk into the station. Just walk in. And the same in the opposite direction. That's how fast it is. You can do that. Nothing to smell? Oh, idiot! Yeah. What did I say about the stupid progress bar? Don't put half-empty things in there. I was just assuming that it is full. That is a full stack. It wasn't. I would have realized that probably if I wouldn't be composing sentences this whole time. So maybe that's good enough for this now. Oh man, we need half a gram of iron to continue. That literally sucks. Hey, wait, what's happening? I don't know why the airlock was cycled again. Maybe I pushed it. See, here's an interesting thing. I don't know why that is, but I can click the button from here. I don't know why that is, but it's good at least to be able to do it from here, because otherwise I wouldn't have gotten that thing open again. Or maybe by opening, yeah, I could have opened the window pane, which would certainly have repressurized that thing somewhat, or allowed me to enter. Thank you. What? Already? It's literally already. Is that what the word means? Well, you might be wondering, how do you... Come on. How do you deal with these stacks? I mean, if I need a little bit here, a little bit there, what do I do then? Well, make a stacker. This isn't just good for making large stacks of stuff, but also for making small stacks of stacks that are already large. And this thing is kind of a stack. I cannot split it. Here I cannot split it, but I can use a stacker to split. So basically everybody has some random stacker standing around in their station. How late is it? Okay, almost midnight. Video is 4 hours long. At the pace I'm going, I don't think that I will be able. No, actually, I know that we won't get to see what's the term? Hydroponics planting. Not in this video. That would be another one if I make another one, if this will become a series. I don't know, you know, I just came home and I thought, come on, I want to do another Stationeers video. What can I do? Yeah, well, let's look at my videos, how they have performed. The ones that have performed best are episode 1 of hey, total beginner playthrough, hey, here can let Stationeers series. And so I thought, just make another. That's what this is. You know, I'm doing this for my own entertainment. Yeah, let's complete the furnace so that it can be used, and then we use it to make steel. That's the output. Let's make an upwards bent pipe, and then we need a stack here, a chimney, and I need a valve to be able to turn the chimney on and off, basically. And I want it to be not too small, yeah, because what comes out there might sometimes actually be fire, and I want to protect myself from that. Oh, it doesn't work yet, yeah. There's, oh, hello. There's the valve. Let's look at the valve. What can it be? It can be, rotate. This is the valve that I want to use now. It just turns on and off. And then we have the one-way valve. It's pretty clear what that does, right? Though I'm pretty sure it kind of also works kind of as a pump a bit. I mean, if there's pressure on both sides is equalized, then I think it still keeps pumping slightly. I'm not sure. It's a bit weird. Then we have the condensation valve. You can see on the right side we have gas. On the left side where it goes, a liquid pipe. So the purpose obviously is if there's something that would be in the process of becoming liquid, it will just go to the other side.
Tank low.
And here's the opposite. For if something that is liquid wants to become gas, here it can do that. And yep. Now I will just use the auto rotate key, so we get 8 options. Which one shall we choose? Well, I guess I want to use that device from here, from this side, so it shall be like this. But in which direction shall the lever go? Well, it doesn't matter, really. I mean, whether it goes this way, it's just either open or it's not. And when it's open, that goes both ways. But I prefer to do it like this, and like a real engineer would also do it, because this then expresses intention. The goal is for stuff to go this way. And also it's nice that when it's closed, it looks like it's a blockage in the pipe, like a line that's through the pipe. Associations, you can use them very meaningfully. In all ways of life, make reality your helper. Okay, the furnace can now be used, but can we use it now for furnacing? No. Because we need the material to furnace. We need iron, a bit of that is still in there, but I don't want to burn through all of that. And we need volatiles, so we can make the fuel mixture for the burning. And we need oxide also, for the same reason. I shouldn't go now, because my battery is awfully low. As is this one. Oh my god. See? And now see how good it is to have that dude in here.
Power critical.
Because now I can cycle the airlock despite the airlock having no power up. Pop. So, is anything still turned on in here? I don't think so. This guy, yeah, of course the power is gone because I was burning stuff the whole time. That takes a lot of electricity. Not sure. Let's see. No, I need to burn more. Let's charge both batteries. Let's go through that pain of having to mine all that crap again. Just now, when we're about to make steel, when we're about to make the station battery, which would multiply what we get out of this coal stack at least tenfold, I think. I think it's not even hyperbole, but I'm too lazy now to do the math. Yeah, why am I still carrying that thing? This could actually be used for this. And this Omni slot could then be used for ore. And the valve, where is that? Did I toss? Yes, I did. How are we doing? 34. Here, the credit card can be used to buy from traders once you have them down here on your little moon station thingy. They stand in a place and you talk to them, you have a trading interface, and then you can send them away again. And you can also sell things to them. So this can become more. And if you have another such thing, which sometimes you might have, then you can just drag it onto this thing, and then you will only have one, but the money will be merged. You can see here this filter is burnt out. Now you might think, well, how can I refill it? You cannot. You can only recycle it. We can also make a recycler if you will. Not now. We're still too early in the game. And you will get back about half the resources. About half. But just with when you have a deep miner, which gets all the ore from below where you can actually dig yourself, and infinitely so, it just keeps digging. What comes out there is not iron. What comes out there is, I think it's dirty ore. Yeah, that's I think the name. And then you have to put that into a centrifuge. And then you get the iron. And in the same way, what comes out of the recycler will just be, I think, a reagent mix, and you have to put that into the centrifuge, and then you get your iron and other stuff, biomass, whatever, you get that, you know. Okay, we don't have to wait for this is happening automatically. Hopefully I didn't waste that coal. As in, hopefully the stack I put in there wasn't too much. But whatever. Oh, morning is dawning. Save game, turn off light, levitate, and look for stuff to mine. That is nickel, we don't need that now. Over there we can see, here we can see oxide, and back there we can see volatiles. And we need iron and we need coal. Because steel needs... Oh, let's look at that. Steel. Steel, steel, steel. Ingot steel. If we want to make an ingot steel, we can't just toss stuff in the arc furnace. Instead, we need the advanced furnace or the furnace. Let me just tell you what the difference is between these two furnaces. The advanced furnace can make ingots of the advanced kind that this one cannot make, and also it has two pumps built in, which make it completely easy to heat that thing up or to regulate its pressure and to empty it. It's completely easy. Yeah, those are the differences. You can see here, if you want to make steel, we need, in all cases, we need 3/4 iron and 1/4 hydrocarbon, which is coal. So we would, for example, need 3 iron and 1 coal, or 48 iron, 48 as in almost 1 stack, and 16 coal, or 3 stacks of iron and 1 stack of coal. I'm going for the latter. So this will take a while. What you have also seen there was pressure and temperature that's required.
On Soma FM.
Yeah, but you're not listening to Synthera any longer because it's getting annoying. Unannoying, okay. Oh, what the fuck? A cave. You can do really interesting things here in this game. For example, you have seen that air is streaming, right? Depending on planet, during the day it will be hotter than during the night. And so you can make basically a tunnel where the air will be streaming in when it gets hotter out there because the pressure changes, and streaming out when it becomes night. And into that, what's the word? Into that tunnel, you can then put a turbine generator, which just looks like a wall, except there's a rotating turbine inside this wall that you can see. And then this air movement will generate electricity. It's a weak generator, but it's nice that we can do such a thing. Oh, coal, we also need that, yep. And 3 stacks of iron, please. So, I would like to get 2 stacks of coal if possible. So we have 1 stack for the steel and 1 stack in reserve. Because, I mean, what good is a station battery if you can't charge it? And 3 stacks of iron. This will take a while. Lean back. Something more entertaining then? The mining backpack does not have a jetpack. So when you're mining with the mining backpack, then you will fall into holes and you will have to dig yourself out. Forbidden ore. Yeah, this happens sometimes, that the game kind of hangs when it comes to terrain molding, and then at some point it will all happen at once. It's a bit weird, but I have never had any crash problems as such, so... I mean, Stationeers is way stable, and look at what the game is doing, but you haven't seen the half of it. So what you have seen is we have pressure, we have temperature, we have different gases, we have different phases, as in, well, actually, if you cool down the room enough, then actually ice will fall to the ground as hail, and then you have, like, for example, pure CO2 ice or pure water ice, different from the ice that you find on the planet, because it will be really pure. It's just going to be the element that is frozen there. So we have phase change, and if you increase the pressure, then the phase will change. I mean, you have seen the phase change diagram. Electricity, did I say already? Yeah. Then we have air movement, as in turbines. Then we have the health mechanics and food mechanics, and plants that can grow, and the plants need light, and the plants also need darkness. Then we have automation. We have the ability to measure what a device is doing, to read it out, and also to control it. This can be done with logic chips, but it can also be done with the IC10, which is for writing assembler programs. You can write those programs using a computer, a stationary computer, or maybe a laptop, depending on what you prefer. There's rocketry, which so far I have only touched, but not yet succeeded at doing for real. So maybe it's easy, but that is once again a learning thing. And once I'm in there, maybe I will find it easy. That might well be so. However, I do know from my experience that it is horribly badly explained, so it's very hard to get into. I guess once you're in there, yeah, then it's easy. Maybe, I don't know. And the rockets, you actually have to build them from parts. And it's not like you get a rocket part or something and then there's the rocket. No, you get indeed something like a rocket part, like the chassis. But then in there, you have to build your own things. You have to place the pipes, the cables, the tanks, you have to take care of phase change. All of that stuff that you know from your stationeering, you have to do in there then. And these rockets then, they are being fired into the sky. You see them fly. They're being controlled by a rocket computer, stuff like that. I need more iron so that my goal has been achieved. Came down here for iron. So let's go back up then. Do I still see the station? Oh yes, I do. Some more copper maybe? Do I have room? I do. Yeah, sometimes I just switch on a show and then I turn that window, my browser window or whatever, into a stay on top window, which you can do rather easily, but it's not built into Windows. I use what's its name? Autohotkey, yeah, which can control Windows, for example. It can control a window, and then I just press the key that I have assigned, which is one of my media keys. I don't need the next and previous song button, and I need iron, man. And then the window will stay on top. I can also make it window translucent this way. And then I just let the show that I'm watching basically running in the corner, and then I play Stationeers and I'm going mining for a bit, you know? I know this is completely decadent, but yeah, that's life. Enjoy it. That's your purpose. If you think that your purpose is something different, then you haven't understood life yet. I need iron, man. Oh, there's iron. Life is for enjoying yourself. See, ultimately, the greatest joy that you can have in life is what I know from deepest investigation is that you live your will, your free will. See, and this means that if you would object now that life isn't primarily about entertaining yourself and being happy yourself, then you're basically implying that if you would be in the situation where you could choose to be hedonistic, or could instead, I don't know, help out or whatever is in your mind right now, if you would then say, okay, I would rather help out because that's the right thing to do, then guess what? That is then what pleases you more. That's why you're doing that. You are living will. That's what you are. And so, well, you want to live your will freely. No, I don't. Well, then you don't. I guess I just caught you there because you still want to do that then also, right? In the hair. So, let's fire up the furnace. And smelt some shit. That has to be closed. Now I will just do the right fuel mixture, which we know is... While the sun is going down, I guess I can risk just splitting that into my hand. Where is the fucking window? Oh, it was behind that? That's stupid. So, 1 oxide. This would now melt in my hand, but let me just demonstrate what I can do instead. I can go like this. You have to be careful. If you do it too close, your suit will be damaged. I will explain soon what I'm doing here, but let me first get my legs on the ground. This is probably way too much, but doesn't matter. We can see here the furnace is getting kinda aggravated. We can see here we have a pressure of 10 megapascals in there and 2000 Kelvin. That is hot, is what she said. So let's toss the mixture in there that we know is right. You see the pressure is increasing. Why is that happening even though it is getting colder? Because as I put in the ore, the same thing happens as in the arc furnace. That gas that's in the ore goes into the furnace. Aha! We'll produce 200 gram ingot of steel. Okay, that fell to the outside, but let's pretend as if it didn't. So now, since that thing is still hot, I will keep that lever open and just throw in the copper, which will then come out right away as an ingot, which saves us lots of electricity from smelting. Maybe I should turn the fucking light on, yeah. Yeah, and the rest is kind of wasted, but that's life. Of course, I can use the furnace more effectively than I did here. Of course, you can do that. I could also just toss some volatiles in there and blow up the whole world here. I don't want to do that now. So let's look at this thing with my thingy here, tablet. You can see there's some oxygen in there and some volatiles, and these two are the fuel. So they're currently still burning. They're using up each other basically until one of them will win, and then that guy will just linger and be just passive gas basically. And lots of CO2 is being produced, so in case you ever need that for your greenhouse, don't forget the temperature, but in principle you can use that to give some food for your plants. And some nitrogen, of course, gigatons of pollutant. I wonder why the volatiles are not being used up. I don't quite understand. Anyway, in the beginning I tossed in 1 oxide, or I could have used 1 volatile, and then this thing stayed closed. Why? Because this thing didn't have any heat yet, so it couldn't process what I had put in there. No matter what I put in there, it needs to be processed, it needs to be melted down. So I clicked this thing, which created a little bit of heat, which is also what would spark it. For example, you can fill the furnace also with gas, with fuel gas, and then maybe to this level. But if you then turn this thing on, it will go because it wasn't yet burning. Anyway, so and then this thing opened again because it was ready to process something else, and then I tossed the counterpart in, whatever it was, and then it stayed closed again. Why? Because it was still not burning. But then it was burning, and then I could toss in the last one. You know that you always need 2 volatiles and 1 oxygen. I mean, you don't need to, but I want the optimal fuel mixture. Otherwise, I will have too much oxygen in here or too much volatiles in here, which will not be a problem, but why would I put it in there is the question. I mean, it's ice. If I put it in there, it will cool that thing down. Except if it's ice that happens to start burning, which volatiles don't. They need some reagent. They need oxygen. So we have 800 degrees. It's falling and falling and falling. And if you look here, this is a nice example. You can see here that it is radiating 3-point-something joules of heat away. This could also be a negative value, which would mean that this amount of joules would be radiated into this pipe. And then there's also convection, that is when it's touching something, when it's touching gas or whatever, but we're in a vacuum here, and that's why no convection is taking place. But you can tell, logically, that this pipe here, which is hot, is losing its heat to the surrounding space. Like this guy here is losing 24 kilojoules by radiation. You can say this guy's radiation heat loss is extreme. So that's why many people insulate their furnace somewhat. I've never done that so far, but I should do that, I guess. Learn to do that at some point. Anyway, so I'm saying if I keep this thing this way and don't care about it, eventually it will get so cold that also the pressure will of course decrease, will go down to like maybe 2 megapascals, but the pollutant will then be under high pressure, but it will also be cold, and then it will liquefy. And the furnace won't care, it's just the furnace, just a big motherfucker. But the pipe, it will care, because it will burst, because there's too much liquid in there. Alternatively, I can now just open this thing so it is vented, and then this will very, very slowly vent away. It will take a while. But I'm not going to do that now. I want to do something. I want to make the station battery. Electronics printer. Kit battery. I mean 20 gold and 20 copper. I think we have that. Didn't I have some copper on me? Oh right, stupid me.
Temperature high.
Oh, it's how hot in here. What do we do about that? What you can do, obviously, is you can have your electricity problems sorted out, charge large batteries, not the small one here, but these guys, which I can now also print since I have steel, and then stuff one of these into your into this guy and just cool your station down with this. But you can also create an air conditioner, which is part of the kit atmospherics, which we will need, which you will make a lot. It's one of the most powerful things that you can make in the game. Do we have some iron? Yeah, let's do that. Do I need to drink something? No, it's hot. It's too hot. Well, let's do this then. And then we need some copper. Do I have some copper still? Yeah, I do. You've seen how fast it was smelted, right? The arc furnace like takes a while, but the big furnace like, yeah, whatever. You toss that in me, I will smelt that, no problem. Battery is at 70%. Do we have some iron sheets? Yes, so we can make that thing. Where will we place it? It should obviously be placed between where we use electricity and where we generate electricity. I think we could just place it there. It will be slightly in the way of the entrance, but only slightly. So let's do that then. But I need bigger cables. I explained why. But let's first talk about the kit atmospherics. Here, the air conditioner. On the right side, the gas that you want to cool goes in, so you can just slap a passive vent on that thing. And on the left side, it comes out, the cooled gas, or the heated gas, whatever you want to do. And you can also slap a passive vent on that, meaning both would then be in the same room. In a way, there would be the same gas. So what some people do is, what many people do actually is, they use not just one AC, but depending on circumstances, they might cool. Basically on Vulcan, you have seen that in the beginning of this video. 1, 2, 3, 4, you stack them together, and then here, where the arrow goes in and the arrow goes out on the right and on the left, they just loop that. So there would be gas in there that's just in a closed loop that will just be cooled and cooled and cooled, and then it would be on this side here, it would then be connected to the next AC, here to the middle point, the middle arrow, where you need the waste gas. See, the thing doesn't produce waste gas, but it produces waste heat or waste cold, and that will then be put into or drawn out of the gas that's here. And so there might be the gas loop then that you have made with the previous AC, or you could just have some gas pipe out there with some radiators for stronger radiation, and then that would be, you know, like this. And then you can use the AC to cool down the room, and the waste heat would then be in that gas pipe with its, I don't know, oxygen, pressure, gas, which radiates that away. Okay, that's that. Now then we have the nitrolyzer, which can be used to create N2O gas. You put in nitrogen and oxygen and lots of energy, and then you get some dirty mixture here which you have still have to filter, but that will be the stuff that you need. The H2 combustor, which takes fuel gas on the right here, and then water comes out at 2000 degrees. Then we have the electrolyzer, which does the opposite. Water goes in, and on the other side pure fuel gas comes out. It takes lots of electricity. And then we have the filtration unit, one of the most used devices in the game. You can stick 2 filters in there. You can see that, I believe, the filter slots. On the right is the gas that you want to put in. And if you use an active vent there or some other reason for high pressure, then the throughput of this whole machine will be faster, but you can also just slap a passive vent on there if you're really patient. And on the left side comes out the gas that you wanted, as indicated by the filter or filters. You can use the same filters, or you could use different filters, doesn't matter, whatever floats your boat. And the arrow at the left here, what you can see here pointing to the left, that's the waste gas. Basically, that's the gas that's unfiltered. So right now, if there's no filter in there, no gas would come out to the left, but here on the waste gas slot, now on the left, everything would come out. And if you put an oxygen filter in there, then you would get oxygen on the left, and whatever else is in this atmosphere, like for example pollutant, CO2 and N, and nitrogen would come out the bottom arrow here. Yeah, and that's what that is. And maybe you notice up there, I cannot point with the mouse now, I will point with my finger. See where I'm pointing with my finger there? There's a chip slot, and you can put a chip in there, just like with the IC housing, which also exists in the game. So you can also just use these as the housing for your chips to run programs. They're very convenient. Here the AC also has that, and the nitrolyzer, and the H2 combustor, and the electrolyzer, they all have that. So let's put up the station battery. Oh, we need some cables. What? Come on! You know what, I have this guy here. I do, don't I? Now I need cables. Heavy ones. Don't know how many. You see it's very
Temperature high.
very economic. Let's just close this then. In its resources. Now we have 2. How many do we need? We need to replace that cable, that cable, that cable. Like 8 or so. 8 should do it. Dum 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 dum. Stationeers. I must have played almost 1100 hours by now, and I'm not talking Steam time. I'm talking real time. Because yes, I've taken the occasional nap at my desk playing Stationeers. I mean, for decades I haven't done complete all-nighters. Didn't do all-nighters, But yeah, Stationeers has changed that. Okay.
Tank critical.
Okay, good timing. What's happening? There. It's not dangerous to click this thing multiple times, but if you click this thing to start the cycling, which you can also do, clicking that multiple times is dangerous, because obviously you would abort the decompression or the you know, whatever, the evacuation process, and you would lose atmosphere. Okay. Where's the station battery? Did I leave it inside? Really? Fuck. See? Don't click it again. Nope, nope. So, let's try to place that dude. Here you can see what connections it has, so I have to turn it around. You see the input where the sun is, that's where the electricity comes in. And at the bottom you see the electricity output and also the logic output. Here once again we have a device where that's separate. We haven't done anything with logic yet, and once I start with that you might get annoyed, because I love programming, I absolutely do, and for me it comes second nature. I've been doing it for 40 years or so. Yeah, 40 years. So yeah, this game's completely up my alley, because you can program as fuck here. So where would I place the battery? Here? No. That would be too close, because here, see on the left, that arrow would be... I can't place a cable there. But this would work. Yeah, let's do that. Now we're wasting electricity, but that's just the way it is. Why am I replacing these cables? I mean, this is the generator, it has 20 kilowatts and all that goes there, and we know how that works with the load of a cable. It goes where the electricity, the energy goes where the load is, right? That's what it does. But this is not how it is simulated in this game, because yes, they did have to take a few shortcuts to get this show on the road. I mean, look at the frame rate, man. It's completely liquid, and all the simulation and all custom built. Awesome. Yeah, so yeah, they did have take a few shortcuts, and this means then that if there is a too high load on, well, let's say we have a cable network here. I haven't yet talked about cable networks. Sounds complicated, right? It's not really complicated. But I have to talk about it now. You're kidding me. See how good a battery buffer is. No electricity, but one more, please. Oh, what? We had one more? Now I want to make one more, because I don't like the resources in there to be at 0.5. Because if I excrete them now, this thing will be completely emptied, nothing's remaining, but I don't get 0.5. I think I would actually lose something. Okay, that's our big bad station battery. And now we'll turn it on. And now it's being charged by the solar panel. Very, 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 very slowly. But if you toss some coal in there, only some, little bit of coal, I will do that once it's night so we can enjoy the sun more, then you will see what that thing's good for. All this trouble to get a station battery, you've seen nothing. This was a joke. To get this guy, so let's connect this with the station battery. This is not like the one way to do it, okay? Yeah, cable networks. This is a cable network. It goes up to this point. This is another cable network. And this is another cable network. You can mix cables within cable networks. I can use a weak cable. I can use one of these here in that cable network. It's not a problem. But then if there is, let's say, a 10 kilowatts load anywhere on this cable network, then one of these weak cables will burn out, even though the load isn't quite going through it. That is how this works. So it goes per cable network. Similarly, the pipe networks, they don't really simulate flow, I believe. If you have a long ass pipe, then it will just be a container of whatever gas you put in there. And then over here, far over here where the pipe network ends, and you pump that pipe out, you will instantly get basically the gas that you put in here on the other side. I think that's how it works. But, it's already empty again. Yeah, because it is connected now to this battery, and this battery is quite thirsty. It's trying to charge itself. And this guy is the servant that is trying to give all his electricity to the station. This one is not delivering anything anymore, so we can now demonstrate what that does. But first I want to take a look at the furnace. 400 degrees still. Okay, then let's see what we can do with 10. 10, which is nothing. I mean, you have seen before it tossed in 20 or so, and this battery would load like to 50% or whatever, maybe. Now let's see what this does. And remember, this guy is currently being discharged. Maybe I should actually do this, yeah. 20 kilowatts. This guy can store 3.6 megawatts, actually megajoules, but whatever, of energy. And this battery can store 0.288 megawatts or megajoule, whatever. I don't know what factor that is, but it's a factor that you have to factor in. So, I mean, you see how full this guy is, right? I think this is done now. All the 10 have been used up. Maybe this would actually have gone up to 4 if I wouldn't have done this. This will now discharge itself into this one. But we might actually not even see it. Who knows? Yeah, 38, 39, 40, 41. Oh, let's charge this one also. Well, our power troubles are over, you might think, but eventually we'll have 2 of these and 3 of these. It will all grow, of course, your usage, you know. That thing was basically empty, and we put 10 coal in there, 10 coal. Now this battery is charging up from like 30% where it was. This one is also charging, was completely empty. And this guy is still at 3.
Air tank low.
And now it's a 2. Okay, alright. Okay, I just showed you the kit atmospherics filtration, so you can basically think up yourself now how you would basically recharge your oxygen canister. Except there's one thing I need to show you. I make a pipe utility. It's for liquid and for gas variant. I will make the gas variant. hot in here, 54 degrees. All that waste heat. Normally I would make an outside pipe now and pump station atmosphere in there, but I want to go sophisticated. This time, for the first time ever that I make a station that I want to cool down, for the first time ever, except for on Vulcan, I will use the AC directly. I don't know if I'm going to do this now, because it's getting kind of late, but I don't feel tired yet, so fuck it. Here, I made the... in the pipe, okay, I went to the hydraulic pipe bender, I typed in UT as an utility, and then I got the pipe utility, and this kit has the gas tank storage, and you guessed it, you can put your air tank in there, and then you can pump gas in there. And then if you use the, of course you need a gas pipe between this machine and that thing, it will tell you that if you try it differently. But if you then have the filtration thing, and on the right side here you have basically a passive vent or maybe an active vent for more power, also with an extra pipe, then you can just draw gas from the atmosphere here, filter it for oxygen. The rest you just release here on the left side, on the waste gas side, and the filtered stuff on the straight pipe, you pump that in here. And so you can refill your oxygen bottle. It's not the one way to do it. I'm just saying that's a way to do it. Well, now I realize why we are losing our oxygen so quickly. I forgot to tell you that. If your environment is hot, of course the AC will have to do more work, but the suit will also use oxygen itself to help with the cooling. As you can see here, 80% of what's in that canister is oxygen. What a waste.
Temperature high.
See, and temperature high, la la la, huh? So, that's why we have 80% oxygen in here. Okay, that's not the reason. Wait, did I just measure that incorrectly?
Waste tank critical.
No, the canister is indeed at 88%. So we need to cool down this dude. How can we do this? Well, let's build an AC. Let's install an AC so we can cool down the station, because it's really getting hot in here. And let's give us more coal to burn. You see how ridiculously much electricity we can get out of this little bit of coal now. And I think they will kind of nerf this thing eventually, I guess. But currently that's what it does. Okay, we want... well, the wall where we'll have that cooling stuff on the outside will be kind of taboo, because I cannot move it anymore. So I should choose a wall that I have no qualms losing. Maybe I should put it here. That's nice. This way maybe, but I need to also operate it, and there's some panel that I need to... No, that's wrong. I need to have AC, air conditioner. Here we go. There is also a panel that I need to control, that I need to access. It doesn't fly. I mean, I can of course go around the corner with the pipe, it doesn't matter. Come on. And then I pipe that too. It's not ideal, but it gets the job done. Alrighty, let's build this thing here. First the connections, or just the connection. That is the power connection, and that is the data connection. I only care about the power for now. It's ridiculous that you can do this like this, right? But
Waste tank caution.
so as I'm saying, the interface is actually rather convenient, considering all the things that you can do with it. Pipes, please. And now I need a screwdriver, I believe. Oh no, I need a cable coil. And a screwdriver. And that's the whole thing, yeah. So, now I want to just use a passive vent for now, for the input side. Later I might also actually go for active, I don't know. Passive vent. I will make two. One to get the hot gas in, and one to get the cooled gas out. Ah, damn it, that was stupid. And then we need something special. Here, this thing, like I said, is basically identical to a pipe. That's why you... shit. Why you can just slap it directly on there, instead of leaving a gap. Wait, what's happening? So, and the special thing that I need now is insulated pipes, because this guy will be connected to waste gas, whatever that will be, and that waste gas will be hotter than the room. And if I use normal pipes, then I will actually waste some of that nice AC power that I'm using back into the room, because the room will be heated by that pipe again. So we want insulated pipes. For that I need steel. And we haven't yet used this guy, right? Well, let's use it now then. Did I connect? Oh, I connected the stacker wrong. Hilarious. You can see that I'm now more lavish in my use of energy, right? You can stop this thing early if you know what you want to get. So I can just turn this. You can see, always look at the tooltips. Always and always look at the tooltips. And the rest, please. Thank you.
Waste tank critical.
And the waste tank is full again. See, we're in kind of a dire spot here. I mean, it's not hard. I can just get some oxide and toss it down and vent the station, like I said before, you know. But that's boring. Let's live with the emergency. Let's do something out, make something with it. I need insulated pipes. Yeah, which takes silicon and steel. How many of these do I need? Well, one here. I would just go upwards. Yeah, let's do that. I cannot lay a pipe here over the cable, but I can do this, and I can also do this. Yeah, that's quite enough. Okay, now I no longer need to care about the pipes being insulated or not, or rather, it's even good if they're not insulated. After all, I want to get rid of whatever heat is in the pipes. How can I do that? Well, let's make a radiator. Gold. I don't need a radiator. As I already showed you at the furnace, these things have convection and radiation anyway, so they would cool, they would shed their heat to space. But using one of these guys makes it certainly more effective, or rather, not this one. That's for convection, but we don't have atmosphere. This one. This is explicitly for radiating heat away. You should make sure, though, that it has at least a distance, a bit of distance from the station. Because this might actually waste it, and this would then use it properly. So let's go out there and make some makeshift cooling pipe before we blow through all our oxygen. Okay. Yeah, let's make these walls into something that I actually intended to have there. In hindsight. This pipe has nothing in it. I wanted to continue here and then more radiators and so forth. But the main problem that we have now to use the AC is the waste pipe is empty. We need to put some gas in there. And for that, we can use this guy. I would just use the gas tank storage here. Somehow. Yeah, that's the right rotation. Let's connect that with the... Didn't I have... I do, yes. Exactly one, la la la. Nice. Now, if I had a bottle of pure oxygen, which I do,
Air tank critical. Air tank low.
then I would have now in this pipe... oh, do you see what's happening? It's cooling down. Cooling down a lot. Yeah, but that's it's only cooling down sporadically because there's so little in there. But I will pause the game to make sure. Oxygen. If you look here at the phase change diagram of oxygen, we can see gas, 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 and gas, liquid, liquid, and what's the word? Frozen. The pressure at the moment is very low. We're like very cold. Let's say we were at 100 kilopascals, like Earth sea level pressure. Then we would have to go to minus 180 degrees before this stuff becomes liquid. But then it does become liquid, and then it will damage the pipes. And if the pressure is higher, like 10 megapascals or 5 maybe, then already minus 117 is enough. So this pipe is currently in danger of destroying itself, and I think it would actually do so if I don't stop it. One way to stop it is I put more oxygen in there,
Air tank critical.
which I have to do anyway, because the more mass is in there, you could say, I mean the more mass
Low pressure.
that is carrying
Oxygen critical.
thermal energy,
Pressure critical.
the more, the slower it will cool down. Here you see it's cooling down still, but it's cooling slower. Now we have megapascal in there. That's actually nice. And this thing is now, let's start it. Is the pipe heating up? Yes, it is heating up. So we are ACing the room right now. Man, that was fast, wasn't it? And with a little help from my buddy here. (100 degrees). Now, see, this guy can now no longer push thermal energy into this pipe because the differential is too low. Too high, I mean. We can see here the operational temperature efficiency is 100%. I believe this is... actually, I don't know. It's not well explained. Temperature difference efficiency 47%, so the fact that the gas in here is already so hot makes the thing less efficient. But we already have 44 degrees, so we can open the helmet again. Pressure efficiency 67%. Sounds as if it could use some more pressure. Let's put more pressure in there then. And let's see, what does it say? 66. Oh, is the pressure too high? Huh. Okay. Anyway, now we have an AC. And now if I... Why couldn't I make more of these radiators? What was the reason? Because I didn't have enough gold in there? Is that the reason? Because what the ridiculous reason is that not to make any more radiators. Because the problem really is we have to shed the heat. Interesting, it's only 98.4. It was 104 before. This one is already burnt out again. Recharge, recharge, recharge. Has used up all the gold already. God damn it. That wasn't much gold. So let's... where are the radiators? Here. Let's put these two radiators on there and see if we can possibly spot a difference. This is cooling down now. damn it. And yeah, don't put the wrong radiator type on there, because else you're wasting material. It's just not going to be effective. I could actually have measured the pipe from out there, because it's the same pipe. Oh, look at that! That is faster, man. Yep, it is. And so the AC can now has less of a problem to deal with the heat. I just wonder if the pipe can actually dip down to the temperatures where the oxygen will become liquid and then damage the pipes. That might happen, and it shall not. See, that's why one of the reasons that I use the pipe that I just have out there. Let's imagine it would be on this wall. So here I would have a pipe with radiators, but there's nothing in it. And here I would have an active vent, and here I would have another. This one pumps from the pipe into the room, and this one pumps from the room into the pipe. So there would be a constant cooling effect of the room's air, and then I could control this active vent with logic to only turn on when the room temperature gets too high. This one would stay on. Of course, this can be done more elegantly. We can put a pipe analyzer onto the pipe, which tells us what the pressure is in the pipe, and then when in our little program that we write, we measure, we make sure that this one who sucks the pipe empty will only be on when there's something in the pipe. And this guy would only pump something into the pipe when the station is too warm. So we wouldn't have the problem that we now have here, where possibly our waste pipe will eventually just go so cold that it bursts. Now, to prevent the bursting of the pipe, I will do something that's not the wisest choice, but maybe better than rebuilding the entire assembly. I will slap a liquid drain on that thing, and so if it cools so much that the oxygen becomes liquid, then it will at least be shedded to the lunar atmosphere, to the lunar space. Which is better than destroying the assembly. And then I can refill it if need be. And of course change what I built there, because obviously it's insufficient. So let's take a look around. What do we have? We still have our lander. Weirdly, I still have my lander. And we have a box in which we can breathe. We possibly now have the temperature under control. We can get oxygen from getting oxide out there. We don't yet have plants. Maybe I can just quickly whip up some plant things so we can at least get an idea of what that would be like. Temperature 21 degrees. It is already accomplished. Yeah, see, and now there will almost no longer be heat shedded into the waste pipe, and so it can now happily cool down as fuck, and possibly way too much, and I don't know what to do with that. The only thing I can think of is that I put up some electricity and sensors and so forth that will pump the pipe empty when it gets too cold. And then I can just store that in the station actually. I can put a tank here, or somewhere here, or actually no, wait, I can pop that out there also into an insulated tank. Insulated indeed means that it's what? It's radiating? Oh, I thought that insulated pipe means, or is it for the entire okay, I'm confused. I don't know what's happening here. Anyway, it means what I wanted to say, that it is absolutely insulated. You can put 8,000 degrees gas in there; it will stay at those degrees forever. Period. So I would have to make a more sophisticated thing there that pumps the pipe empty if it's getting too cold. And what if I need some gas then to cool again? I don't know. I just don't know. It's getting colder and colder. Pressure is also decreasing. Let's estimate that we get down to like 1 megapascal. Then minus 150 degrees, we would start losing oxygen to the moon because it would just be too cold. Man, it's too effective.
Power low.
Fucking pipe is too effective.
Low pressure. Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
Well, I prefer low pressure over low pan any day. What's happening? Where did the dude go? Ah, there. Right. Observe. Pressure. 1 megapascal. 1.5. 2.7. Yeah, of course, the volume has shrinked. Let me just quickly fetch the hydroponic stuffs. Here we have some plants, seeds, and at the beginning, everybody would plant potatoes, I guess. And then what we also need is portable hydroponics. Where are they? There we go. The portable hydroponics. We also need water bottle. Do I have some slot free? No, I don't. Yeah, probably guessed it. The pipe utility liquid allows us to connect to put this bottle in and then pipe some water out or stuff. But we don't need that now. First, we need the portable hydroponics. We need the water bottle. It doesn't have to be this full. 10 liters is a lot. Then we need the potato seeds. I will just plant one to be sure, because you need a few things for the plants to be happy. A low pollutant and low volatiles. Enough CO2. Well, we have some CO2, it's not too much. Let's open the waste canister. By the way, look at my oxygen here. It's counting down slower, isn't it? Yeah, that's because it's no longer being used for cooling my suit. It needs enough pressure. We have an ideal pressure. It should be between 50 and 100, I think. And the temperature is perfect, basically. So what we see here is the potato is thriving towards fruiting. Now I will make something that is called the plant analyzer. Cartridge plant analyzer, which everybody who struggles with the planting, should make. Gold and iron. Damn. And then you can also see how that works with the plants. Pink. Come on. Oh, look at our station battery, still so full, even though nothing charged it, except my 20 coal overall. I want to reduce the stack size of this dude down to 30. Yep. And then we still need iron. Do we have some steel, forbidden iron here? Tedious that we always have to push this button, right? But no, I will not go into logic in this episode. how we program things, what the whole data stuff is good for. I will not do that this time. This is just for beginners. How do I survive? How can I get my stuff on the road? How can I get going? Yeah, I need some iron. See, there's pollutant in here and CO2. And that's getting in there now. Because the airlock is still a simple one. Should we upgrade the airlock just quick? I think so. I mean, there's reason. We've just seen there's reason. Also, we have plants now. So we have to consider all that crap. Okay, now let's look at this plant using... Come on. The Atmos Analyzer. We'll just put some things away which annoy me.
London? Yes, London. You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Okay, we can see the growth is alright. We see breathing is alright, temperature is alright. Now we see some details. The min ideal temperature 19, max ideal 30, and current is 24. Why is it 24, by the way? Is this guy turned off? Yeah, it's turned off. What the fuck, man? How did that happen? And now it's 23 degrees. Yeah, and these guys mutate over generations, so the seeds that you get from these, if you plant them again, they will show some traits of the situations that these guys have been in. So if it had been too cold, then they can be planted in a colder environment, I think, or something like it. Anyway, let's continue. Pressure efficiency 100%, min ideal, max ideal, C 50 to 100. Nice. Light efficiency 100%. Light intensity is 0%. How can that be then? Well, because these guys need darkness and they need light in a
Hydration critical.
in a 24-hour period. In-game, I mean, as in one lunar day. They need this and this minutes of
Hunger critical.
so and so many minutes of darkness and so many minutes of brightness. But if you have a glass roof, then all on the moon you need is nothing. This is already accomplished. The sun will do it all for you. Light. So, and when the sun comes back, you will have the light intensity here 80% or whatever from the sun. And this here, this illumination stress, doesn't mean there's too much light or too little light. It means either. So let's say there's too much light, then this will count up. Let's say there's too little light, then this will count up. And the higher this is, the worse the plant will grow. It can even die from that, I believe. And if the factors that would increase the illumination stress are gone, then this will slowly start counting down. And while it's not yet zero, it will still have its negative effect, of course, on the growth, until it's eventually gone. Okay, currently we have no light deficiency, as in there's enough light, and no darkness deficiency, as in there has been enough darkness. But the plant has been there for like 2 minutes, so how do we know? Let's wait a whole day. The hydration efficiency is 100%, of course, because these guys basically use almost no water at all. Here we see carbon dioxide is needed, 1%, but we have 5. Pollutant should be less than 1 kilopascal, but we have less than 1 pascal. Then volatiles should be... Oh, we have no volatiles at all. Yeah, of course, no volatiles. See, that's the information that you can get out of here. And now something about the planting. It is thriving towards fruiting. Eventually, it will have fruits. It will have a potato, or maybe 2. I think in this situation, it will always have 2, because the situation is good. And then it would say it is thriving towards seeding, or it can also say it is barely growing towards seeding, or stuff like that. And now, if you just wait, then shortly after you will have seeds. And then you can harvest the seeds, and afterwards you can also harvest the fruits, the potatoes. You can also immediately harvest the potatoes, but then it will not go towards seeding, but the plant will just be gone. So then you can replant with any seeds that you may have, or with a potato that you have harvested. But you can also harvest just one potato if the guy happens to have two, you will see that. And then it will still keep striving towards seeding. Now if we get a potato out of this thing, what we would want to do is we want to cook that in our microwave. So let's prepare the table with a microwave oven, which we have. Nope. 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 Maybe. Yeah, okay, now I've talked about all these things. Let me show you what's here in the Lander. What do we have still? We have these various plants, for example mushrooms, which are interesting because I believe they inhale oxygen and they exhale carbon dioxide. So just like you, they turn oxygen into CO2. And I'm pretty sure that when it comes to light per day, 0 seconds. So they must not have any light. Absolutely none. Really dark room for them to grow. So basically you have to build a mushroom. Yeah, and then we have the grow light, which has a special light, just like the sunlight can be seen in quotation marks by the plants. I mean, if you shine with the normal station lights or with your flashlight at a plant, that doesn't matter, it won't have any effect. And I'm pretty sure the same is true for the mushrooms also. What about the eggs? Do we still have those? Yeah, we still have eggs. And the damage is at 17%, so I could now go in there and toss them on the ground and we get chickens. I'm not sure if I want to do that, man. Okay, that was that. Now we have the microwave that we want to take with me. Also the tables, which are important for that, I will show you. Then we have the ground penetrating radar, which is rather boring, I think. But it's nice, gimmicky, but it's not something I would actually use. And that chip is for the tablet, so that you can use the tablet in conjunction with that thing. Then here we have some more soup to drink and some more water to eat. Then we have some more soup. And here we have some spray paint, some more road flares. The road flares are funny. Okay, that's not what I intended. In that they burn without any exhaust, but they give you light for a while, and it can be seen from very far away. And they also heat. So on Europa, for example, you can actually use them for heating, which you can see in my already mentioned episode 1 of my blah 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 blah. Because there I lock away my oxygen tank in a little box room and toss some of these in there to heat the room, because it still has minus 150 degrees, of course. And then it will have like 15 degrees, and then then the oxygen is safe. Here we have some flags that we can plant out there, small flags, to indicate where we have been already. And this thing is relatively important. It is the tracking beacon, which is the portable version. We can also install one like a solid installations, like these portable guys, right? And if you turn that on and you use the tracking what is it here? The tracker thing in your tablet, then you use the mouse wheel to select the right target, and then you will see your beacon, the beacon that I just showed you, as long as it's turned on and as long as it has battery. But it uses very little electricity, as opposed to the one that you install for real that uses 300 watts, man. And there's the labeler, which I actually want to take with me, but can't because I'm kind of full. Did I forget something? Yeah, and that's if my suit gets damaged, I just hold that in one of my hands, and then while I'm holding that, while that's the active hand, I press the right mouse button and then I will wrap myself basically in that stuff, and the suit will be airtight again, but it will not be repaired. There will still be that progress bar of damage, which will be then slightly down. Portable generator, you can stuff a gas bottle in there. I mean a fuel bottle, like we have that in our welding torch, for example, and then it generates pollutant and such, but also electricity. And it also even has a slot for a battery that it can put in there. Here we have another wrench that no one needs, and that's it. That's the things that came with the Lander. Let's make an active vent, because for the advanced airlock we need 2. I need gold. So where was I? The labeler goes here. The plant is still thriving. Let's take a look at it again, if something has changed now that the sun is up. There's the advanced airlock, yeah, needed that soon. And there's the plant analyzer. Where is... there it is. Still everything's fine, temperature is fine, pressure is fine. Light intensity 101%. Illumination stress 1%. I guess the light intensity is too high. Or something, I don't know. But I don't care. This is in the realm of I don't give a fuck. It's gonna work. Okay. So we need a second active vent up here. I want to pipe that out there. I mean, not onto the moon. Yes, actually I want to, yeah. The stuff that came from out there shall stay out there. And then we need a pipe cowl instead of a passive vent there, because it's going to stick in the air. The active vent, the passive vent needs some wall that you attach it to, but the cowl can just be stuck on a pipe. Can probably not do that from here, no. Then, yeah, let's do that now. Okay, that is complete. That's all, I just need to... oh, okay. Now what you should do, since the game is a bit buggy, you should... I mean, it's not necessary, but see, there's this board in here, which I will now remove. But first, I will try to unassign the gas sensor, the glass door. Excuse me, why can't I unassign the rest? What kind of shit is that, man? Okay, like I said, it's somewhat buggy. Why can't I not unassign this? That's dumb, man. Okay, I don't know what this is. Let's just ignore it. Toss this thing away. So I believe this airlock board is now broken, can never be used again. Okay, so now we need a gas sensor. We need the glass door exterior. Oh, wrong door. Wait, what? What's happening? Ah yeah, I don't know what just happened. Maybe I just had hallucination or whatever. So that's the exterior. Now this is the interior. Now we need the active vent exterior. Cannot interact as the device is currently locked. So I chose the wrong one. Where's the other active vent? There. Currently locked. Okay. And now I choose the interior one, and that's it. That's the advanced. Oh no, I forget one. Here, the target pressure to which it shall repressurize once we have achieved vacuum in the airlock shall be 0. Now behold. La la la. So the advanced airlock is working, the potato is thriving towards fruiting. I wanted to put up the table, I need to eat something, drink something I guess. Maybe you also need to shred some of the pollutant in here. Yeah. In easy difficulty, by the way, you can eat and drink through your helmet, but try not to.
Power low.
It's lame. Ah. Hey, what about our coolant pipe? I didn't actually take care of that one. Minus 40 degrees. Dude. Do I have to make that thing even shorter? And what's the pressure? 3 megapascals. And what does the guy say here? Well, the pressure efficiency is 60%. I don't know what that means. Might mean that the pressure has to be lower, or that the pressure here needs to be higher. That may actually be so. If we have a higher room temperature pressure, then okay. But I don't care. I mean, everything's fine. Okay, the active. We have done that thing. What else do we need to do? The table. Why do we need tables? Because the microwave cannot just be plugged into a wall outlet or something. We have to, yeah, let's first clean up a little here. We have to screw it to a table. Weird, but it's true. And that's the way it is then. No. Yes. Thank you! Okay, where will we put the table? Yeah, we have this table model, you can kind of see it in the build ghost. You don't see the colors, obviously. Then we have this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. I usually use this one because it feels like a kitchenette, and after all, this is about eating what I'm doing here right now. And then we have this decorative thing, which is not really useful for anything, but it's nice. And they are the same? Interesting. What's going on here? Is it a bug? 13 and 12. Excuse me? They're the same. Or am I stupid? Okay, let's remove them again. $12. 13. I think they're completely identical, and so I think that something is wrong. Let's take a screenshot. Okay. Then we have this guy, and this guy, and this one, and this one, and this one. But we need one that is powered, so I have to stick with these. So kitchenette it is. Yep, not in the way. Good. Where's the cable? There. Now the microwave needs to be put on here, and ideally you should make use here of this feature where the mouse is, look there, T, or whatever the keys for you. And then I will use the wrench, and then it is connected. And we can use it to bake our potatoes, which will make that a more effective meal. Once we have some potatoes, which we don't yet. So now we have the problem of oxygen. Poison! Nah, I'm just kidding. See, there's not much left here, and we would have to... We need a way to get some oxygen. I think I placed some... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Kit atmospherics. Ah, right. I used it for the AC, of course. Kit atmospherics. And we are still at 4. So effective. It's, I mean, seriously, in easy mode, and once you have that battery, it's sleepwalking, man. So, where will I put my oxygen refilly thingy? Not sure. So that will be a filtration thing that sucks from the room's air. And since it sucks from the room's air, I think it would make sense to do that right here. Congratulations, you made another AC. That happens so often. Filtration. I'm looking for the screwdriver. Ah, there it is. I want to suck from the room's air with a passive vent. And I want to give back to the room's air with a passive vent. Really? I need more iron? Yes, I need more iron. How much more iron do I need? Half a fucking gram. Output, no, not output. This is where it sucks in. Okay, that's alright then. And here's where the waste goes out, as in everything that is not the oxygen I want. Then I go here to the pipe bender, make myself an oxygen filter. And no, you don't want to put those into your spacesuit. Because guess what? Then you will breathe anything but oxygen. By the way, we need to make new filters. Now let's give this guy some electricity. From where should it come? This is taboo. This cable is taboo. This is... actually no. It's interesting. We have New cable network here, new cable network starting here. If I would have a transformer, that would start yet another new cable network. Yeah, so many things still to talk about. First I need to make some cables here. And where will I get the electricity? From here. I will just lay that in parallel. Okay. Okay, has power, has filter. Now what's missing is the output side. And for that I need a pipe. Let's try to be space efficient. I think it would make sense to go this way. And then I can show you something I haven't yet shown you from the from the pipe utility thing. I mean, what we need now, of course, is this thing again, but I can show you the rest that I forgot to show. Here, this is an inline tank. This will just increase your pipe volume a lot. And here is the same thing in larger, and for that I would have to have 2 of these utility kits in my hand. You can see, need more kit pipe utility gas. That says it already. Yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted to show. Now let's save. Stuff the oxygen bottle in there.
Air tank critical.
And see what happens if I turn this on. 1 megapascal. Ah, we are getting in there pure oxygen from the room, which also means that the CO2 ratio will now increase. And I think the plants are actually thinking in ratio for that, so that it's not a stupid thing to do. And if I need more oxygen, I can just go out there and toss down, get some more oxide and toss it down in here. And this guy, the AC, doesn't just cool, it also heats.
Oxygen low.
Yeah, of course. Wait, what? What's happening?
Oxygen critical.
I'm confused. What's happening? My helmet is closed. Stupid! Thriving to and so forth. So again, potatoes will come, you pluck one of them, then you turn on your thingy here, put the potato in there, and close that, turn this on, you get a baked potato, then you can munch that while you're holding it in your hand, the other potato you let hang until this thing is seeded, because then you will get seed and potato. So if that works out perfectly, you get one potato, another potato, and seed. So you can keep the plant cycle going, and you get 2 potatoes. Or you get 1 potato and 1 seed, and the other potato you use for replanting. I mean, I used one of my seeds that I had, right? It's a good idea to restock. Let's have always 3, because why not? Instead of running dry. That would not be a good thing. Yep. Just don't harvest all potatoes if you plan on also harvesting the seeds, else the seeds won't come. And with all of that in mind, I think we have achieved enough today in this one sitting. And I hope that you have actually learned something and don't find this video too boring and the music too annoying and me too talky or whatever. And, or too hectic. And so let me show you what happens if you do this wrong. The birds and the bees. Oh, look, Earth. Earth is a nice planet. I know someone who lives there. So how far are we here then? Ah shit, I thought it would be full up. Look what's happening. Look what's happening. Overpressure. damage increasing. The more overpressure it is, the faster the process happens. And let's just say that this is not what you want to happen. Because these things can actually be used for mining. And I'm gonna do that in one of my videos. That is already planned.
Critical. Health critical. Low pressure.
Okay, in easy mode, you just respawn with your full equipment, which is lame. You even get your batteries and so forth. Or maybe not the full equipment, but almost. And see, that thing is destroyed, probably a chain reaction explosion. This thing was possibly earlier. Destroyed to the presence of liquid. Yeah, maybe that was even before, and that didn't take care, yeah, all of that destroyed. Just from one oxygen bottle being overpressurized. Oh, are you sad? Can someone screenshot that and draw some ice in there? No? Okay, then I will do it. Yeah, and that's it for today. See you again, hopefully.